of your vision, whatever it is that is detracting or distracting you, then you need to assess that as a liability. But when we come to the real world and we talk about liability, we are talking about loans, we're talking about taxes owed, we're talking about mortgages, mortgage. That word is very important. Mortgage. This is a debt that carries you to the grave. A lot of persons don't understand what is happening. Then we have a lot of other liabilities that we may have. We may have rent, we may be leasing, we may have our pension, we may have our contingent liability, interest that we have to pay to people, wages and salaries if we employ people, those become liability. So we need to understand these key financial metrics so that we can position ourselves, so that we will not be in a situation where we have to be hustling and bustling and trying to find the next dollar and trying to frustrate ourselves, frustrating the wife, frustrating the children in the household. We don't want to have men in that position. We don't want our females either to be ignorant of her responsibility as she maintains the infrastructure of the home. Net worth is a simple metric that many persons need to understand. It's basically the total value of your assets minus your liabilities. So if you have total assets being $1 million and your liability being zero, then your net worth is actually $1 million. But what if you had your total asset being $1 million, but your liability is minus $5 million? Then if we do the calculation, then we will realize that your total net worth would be minus $4 million, and that there in the negative is not a healthy position to be, because you'll be a slave to whosoever is lending you that resource. So what happens to people when they fail to honor their financial obligation to different institutions is that they have to file what we call bankruptcy. And bankruptcy is basically when a company, an organization, an individual becomes insolvent. They have to liquidate that which they have in order to pay the shareholders. Then whatever is left, the stakeholders will receive it thereafter. So those persons who get priority in this kind of separation are the lenders first, then the other shareholders, then we have the stakeholders thereafter. Your network is important for you to know your financial position. When you know where you are, you can decide where it is that you desire to go. If you don't want to go far financially, that is okay. But this is not going to be the space for you. If you just want to maintain where you are financially, that is also okay. But still, you will not find a benefit being in this space. If you want to advance yourself financially, by structuring your life in such a way within the next 5 to 10 years, you will be a multi-millionaire, then this is where you want to be. And it all comes down to structure and a key principle that every individual needs to know, which is the power of compounding. When individuals go out to take a loan, there is something that is calculated by called the DTI, that is the debt to income ratio. Basically, this is a percentage of your monthly income that goes towards paying off debt. So the less debt you have, the less obligations that you have, the better position you are. A low debt ratio or a low debt to income ratio may be considered to be desirable because it indicates that you have a relatively low level of debt relative to your income. If you have a low level of debt compared to your income, it basically means that you are in a position where you can cushion any loss or any unforeseen situation that may present itself. You're in a good position to mitigate against that. So if you're already positioned where you have a low DTI, then guess what? A lot of financial institutions will try to reach out to enslave you by giving you a loan. But if you are disciplined enough to position yourself where you have less money going out in comparison to that amount that is coming in, then the truth be told, you may just not need any debt to burden you down. Remember, the goal is to become free and not to be a slave. Many persons are enslaved by their choices. Many persons are enslaved because of the lifestyle that they desire to live and the inability at the current point in time to afford or enjoy that lifestyle as they deem fitting. The truth be told, many persons are living above their means. And when we speak of your means, we speak of the amount that you can easily afford, easily facilitate. When you go above that, then you are now putting yourself in a stressed situation where any situation that comes up without notice turns your boat, rocks your ship, causes financial destabilization in your household, and you want to stay away from that at all costs. Whatever you invest in, whatever you put your hands to, it should be multiplied. So when we think about multiplication, we are also thinking about ROI. And we are thinking about an ROI, which means return on that investment. If you put $10 down, you don't want to get back $10. You want to get back $10 and maybe 10 cents, the least. If you put $10 down, you may even want to get back $20 after you have received back unto yourself that which you have placed. You want a multiplication to be taken place. So time also is important for this multiplication to take place. A higher ROI would indicate that that investment is actually one that is meaningful, one that was successful, one that can be justified. Some common place that people invest their money in are stocks. These are shares of publicly owned and traded companies. Then we have bonds. These are loans made to a government or corporation with the borrower agreeing to pay a fixed rate of interest over a certain period of time. Then we have the mutual funds, which are basically a combination of different vehicles pooled together in terms of having a diversified portfolio of bonds, stocks, securities, etc. Then we have real estate. These can include investment properties, residential or commercial properties such as houses, offices, etc. Then we have commodities, which is basically the raw material that goes into the end product of the goods and services that you so enjoy, maybe gold, maybe oil or wheat. Then we have some very volatile assets classes, which are cryptocurrency, which we're going to stay away from if we don't understand it. You can get into cryptocurrency, but you have to understand it before you get into it. Then we have businesses, which are safe, and some fail, yes, but these are good investment for a family to have a family business. And we have education, we have time, and we have emotional availability. Yes, some persons just drain you emotionally. So it's better sometimes to give someone money so that they can get away from you, so you don't have to deal with the drainage that come by being in their presence. Inflation is a hidden tax that exists in this world, and this tax is imposed by the government. It's a hidden tax because the government indicates that, hey, we are losing money, And inflation is basically a way for the government to tax you in another means without you even realizing. People just think that inflation just comes up out of the blue. Inflation is basically the rate at which the general level of prices for goods and services rises. So when you're a consumer, you don't really have a control over the prices of the goods and services because you need these goods, you need these services, and you will now be positioned to have to pay for the goods or service at the price which is predetermined by the business owner. So you are realizing that if you are not the business owner, then you can't mitigate some of these risks. You can't mitigate some of these challenges that exist. So, what are we saying? We are saying that being an employee is good, but being a business owner is putting you in a better position so that you can mitigate the effects of inflation. So, when inflation occurs, you don't have to bear that burden alone. You can pass that inflation on to the customers. This is how inflation hurts the persons who actually are on fixed income. If you're employed and your organization pays you a fixed income, inflation goes up by 4%, your rate of increase is 2%. Now, last year, you would have been earning more money than you're earning in the current year because of the 4% inflation, your raise is 2%, so you are still short 2%. Plus, we have not factored in the inflation that is going to take place in the year to come, which is going to be compounding another 4%. So now you're actually out more than the 2% which you actually initially thought. So your income remains constant, but you have to buy goods and services which are going up in value. So you are getting less for the amount of money that you actually have. That there is a power of inflation. Interest rates, and compound interest. These are very critical for every individual to know. Interest is basically the percentage of the principal amount of a loan or the investment that is charged as interest. The higher interest rate may result into a higher payment over time. Interest is a cost of borrowing money, and it expresses the percentage amount that is paid in lieu of that which has been borrowed. Compounded interest functions on the rule of 72, and compound interest is going to be your best friend as we move into positioning you in investment opportunities so that you can make the right financial choice that is best for you. So when we talk about compound interest, it is interest that is calculated on both the principal, the initial amount that is invested, and the accumulation of interest on an investment. It can result in significant growth over time, particularly for long-term investment protocols. And most persons, when they think about investment, they think about maybe 1-2 years. That there is more like a short term engagement. But when we think about investment, we are thinking about 10, 20, 30, 40 years of putting things away so that we can enjoy the benefit, or our children can enjoy that benefit. So we are not in a position where we need to show the world what we possess. We are just in a position where we want to position the future that is to come so that they will not have to start from stage one. So there are a few risks that affects your personal finances, and that includes the financial risk, the market risks, the credit risk, the liquidity risk, legal risk, reputation risk, and operational risk. So all of these risks are important for you to know, especially as it comes on to your personal finance. Financial risk refers to risk of losing money in a way that is going to cause them to have a high risk, which means a high return. But in being averse to losing money, you are also putting yourself at a disadvantage in which you will not be in a position to make money. And remember, this money system is all a game to keep you on a hamster wheel. None of this is actually real. But even though it's not real, I'm going to show you how you can position yourself so as you can play this game and have a lot of point and taking it and putting it among rocks. And a person who is a rock breaker may just see the diamond and break it as though it is a rock. But if you take that same diamond to a jeweler, then the jeweler will find the value in it. So those are market risk. And depend on where the asset is, it determines the value of that asset. That is why a man sometimes is never crowned king in his own country. Credit credit risk exists when we consider losing money due to borrowing default on a particular loan. So if you lend someone money and they fail to pay you back, that there is a risk that you are taking on them. Then when we talk about liquidity risk, is the risk of being unable to sell an asset when needed in order to meet a financial obligation. Some assets are not as liquid as they should be or they could be, and as such, when you hold them, it takes some time for people to get the money together in order to close on that asset. So if you have a big house that was custom designed, then to find the right buyer at the price point that you have, guess what? That may take you quite some time. So even though the house may be valuable to you and on the market, not everybody may be able to afford it, especially because it was custom designed. So those are some risks that we have to take in consideration. Then we talk about legal risk. Legal risk basically refers to losing losses due to legal issues. So sometimes when you engage in business practices, you may get lawsuit. There may be regulation that you have to consider. So all these risks have to be taken into consideration. A big risk that you should always secure, you should always maintain, is your reputation risk. And this risk refers to your character, your integrity. As people of God, your reputation should speak for itself. When people come to do business with you as a person of God, they should expect nothing but the best. They shouldn't be thinking that you are there to scam them, you're there to cheat them, you're there to extort them, exploit them. You should be looking out for their best interest. You should be treating them in the same way, extending love to them in the way that God expects of you and the way that you desire for others to express love to you. Then when we engage in businesses, we have operational risk, and this is a loss due to the problems with internal processes such as accidents or errors. So when you have your family, you may have an operational system set up in which the mother has her role, the children have their role, but when there is a breakdown in the system internally, then that may put the family in a destabilized position. So risk management is important. In order to mitigate against risk that exists in our finances, we have to engage in risk management. It's not about just making a lot of money, it's about managing the risk so that we don't lose the money that we have amassed. And if we are not able to put things into perspective, then we are putting ourselves at a disadvantage. So we need to be able to analyze the financial statements of the household. We need to be able to study the market and see if the skills that we have are adequate, the resources that we are distributing, if they are sufficient. We have to ensure that we position ourselves in a way that we are financially ahead of the game. So, in order to do this risk assessment, there are three things that we need to do. We need to identify what is taking place, we need to assess that which is happening, and then we need to mitigate as necessary in order to reduce the possibility of risk, or to reduce the chance of having an adverse situation overtaking or destabilizing us financially. Your financial health is critical because many relationships break down because of the financial instability, and we don't want your relationship to be financially uh, unstable. We want your relationship to be so stable that it would take a category 50 hurricane to destroy it. And to be honest, we have not seen a category 50 to this point that has been recorded. Whenever you get into any form of money situation or investment opportunity, I want you to always consider and remember the word risk. Every individual has a different tolerance, a different threshold towards the risk that they're willing to take. And risk management is what is going to save you if you ever get into a tight situation. But before you get into that situation, I want to implore you and encourage you to assess risk before you engage in situations which can have your hands tied behind your back. So, now when we are talking about risk, risk is any situation that may be create a downfall in your investment direction, or things that can potentially destabilize your financial projection. And this can be mitigated by different strategies. The four main strategies of actually managing risk that everyone can consider to use are diversifying your investment, purchasing insurance, which is suggested based on the literature. However, I have some safeguards against that. Implementing risk management policies and procedures, which mean that you have structures in place that if this, then that, so that everything operates automatically. So you could be sleeping and risk management is taking over. And perform regular risk assessment. Every individual needs to know their risk tolerance. Risk tolerance is an individual's willingness to take on risk. It means that it is basically a measure of how much uncertainty or potential loss an individual is willing to accept in exchange for the potential higher rate of return on the particular investment. Risk tolerance is basically a personal scale. So some persons may have a higher threshold and some may have a lower threshold, and this can vary from person to person. You have different appetites. Some persons like vegetarians, some persons like carnivorous. So it is personalized to each individual. But when you understand these concepts, you can personalize these for yourself. So some people may be willing to take on higher levels of risk to the total order, or with the mindset of earning a higher return on their investment, while others may prefer a lower level of risk, but you know that may give you a more predictable return, but not as high a return as you may have desired. But if you actually truly desired a higher return, you'll be willing to take more risk and risk the potential of losing more of your capital or more of your invested assets or funds, whatever it may be. So, the next concept I want you to be aware of is risk threshold. So, risk threshold is the level of risk that an individual is willing to take on comfortably. It is a measure of how much uncertainty or potential loss an individual is willing to accept before they begin to feel uncomfortable or uncertain about their investment. So some persons will see their account going down to even 90% and they're okay with that. Others, if they go to 10%, they are panicking. So you have to know where you are on the spectrum, and each person's may have a different positioning, so they will operate in on their investment journey differently. Some people may have a higher risk threshold and willing to take on a lot of risk in order to get the potential of a higher rate of return, while others, as we always have the opposite spectrum, will have a lower threshold and prefer a more predictable low risk investment strategy. In general, it is important for individuals to understand their own risk tolerance and risk threshold in order to make informed investment decision that aligns with their personal financial goals and risk preference. So two persons may have the same investment, but one is getting more than the other party, because the entry is very important, not only the exit. So you make money in actually the procurement, the purchasing, and that there is where most of the money is made. Because if you buy at a bad spot, then it will take you a longer time to recover. And we want to stay clear from those kind of situations. So risk tolerance is something that has to be considered when you are going to do any form of investment. But I want you to understand the different classes, the four main classes of risk tolerance. First, you have the aggressive individuals, which are persons like myself. This type of risk is characterized by high willingness to take on risk in the pursuit of a higher return. Aggressive investors may be more comfortable with high risk, high reward investments such as stocks, commodities, real estate, futures, forex, whatever it is. They are more aggressive. They don't care if their account is burned up. So those are persons like myself. Then you have persons who are not as willing because of how they had to work very hard for their money. So they want to secure it. But when you're in that mindset, then you are actually limiting yourself. So you have those who come under the moderate risk level, and this type of risk tolerance is characterized by a willingness to take on a moderate amount of risk in pursuit of a moderate return, which is, let's say, basically a little bit above the stock market returns. Moderate investor may get involved in ETF, mutual fund, so these kind of fund, they will get into those. So it is good. It is better to be in a moderate than in the other categories. So then we have the conservative. The conservative individuals, this type of risk tolerance is characterized by a low willingness to take on risk in pursuit of return, which means that they are willing to take some chances, take some risk, but their return based on how they are going is going to give them a low level. So people who have a conservative mindset will get their money in CDs and other money market funds that are low risk, low return. So you may get 1 to 2%, maybe 10, well, not even 10, maybe 7% in some instances. It all depends on the market, the economic, and the fluctuation. Then you have persons who are risk averse. This type of risk tolerance is characterized by individuals averse to risk. So risk averse investors may prefer to keep their money in low risk, low return, such as short-term cash, short-term bonds, and you know that these don't really pay you much money. and you are better being risk averse, or even in a savings account. That is also for persons who are risk averse, because in a saving account you're basically losing money without even realizing it. So you have to decide where you fall on the spectrum, and then based on where you are, you decide how you're going to move into getting the maximum benefit from your investment based on what you desire. Because I know that some persons don't really want to have a lot of money. Some persons just want to have enough money, which baffles my mind when I hear people say they just want to have enough money. If you are a believer in the Word of God, you should have the desire to be the head. And the only way you can be the head is if you have control over the tool set to get you what you need, so that you can reach out and help people in the different communities. It is very important to note that risk tolerance can vary from person to person and can also change over time. It is important for individuals to do a regular risk assessment so that they can know their risk tolerance and make sure that their investment portfolio aligns with risk tolerance and their financial goal. And you maybe hear me saying portfolio, and we're talking about the different markets. It is because we are going to be moving away from the idea of even putting our money in the banks. Because if you understand how the banks work and how the banks make their money, and you are in a position where you can do it for yourself, then you are far more ahead than the average individual. So, lack of knowledge is a reason why many persons are in a state in which they are in desire mode, they are in want, they are in a state of lack. Diversification is the practice of spreading your investment across a variety of asset classes, industries, geography, in order to reduce the overall risk of your portfolio. And we have found that if you are not doing your research, a diversified portfolio may be better for you. But if you are a student and you are focused on one area, then a focused portfolio will be more fruitful than a diversified portfolio. A diversified portfolio is for risk management, yes, but a diversified portfolio also limits your potential to earn above the market average. So diversifying is a risk management strategy which involves the spreading out of your investment among the different asset classes. So you may have stocks, you may have bonds, you may have futures, you may have forex, you may have real estate, you may have cash, and industries. When we talk about industry, we're talking about mining, we're talking about energy sector, we're talking about transportation, we're talking about healthcare. Then geography, we may talk about the United States, development in countries, we may talk about Africa, England, whatever area of the world. The idea behind diversification is to reduce risk of any one investment. So if one is performing poorly, you may have the others that will bring that one up, so your portfolio does not take a nosedive. So this can help to reduce the overall volatility of your portfolio and potentially increase the chance of achieving your financial goal. There are several ways to diversify your portfolio, and the most common ones are stocks, bonds, cash. There are others which we will get into as time progresses. Some words I want us to take note of are credit, credit card, credit score, credit report, credit worthiness. But before we get into those words, I want us to gear our mind to Proverbs 22, verse 7. And the King James Version reads, "The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is a servant or slave to the lender." So, now that we have that out of the way, let us get into understanding the concepts of credit, credit card, credit score, credit report, and credit worthiness. Credit. Credit is the ability to borrow money or to access financial services, typically using a credit card or a loan facility. So, in order to have access to borrow money, you have to have some relationship. But in order to have a relationship, you're going to need a report card and you're also going to need a score. So, that takes us now to the credit score. A credit score is a numerical representation of an individual's credit worthiness based on their credit history. It is used by lenders to assess the risk of lending money to an individual. So let us think about it. In order to have a credit score, you have to have a credit history which tells your credit worthiness. I hope that you're seeing that there's some disconnection taking place. So, in order to get money, you have to already have a history. So, if you're a new person having no history, you may have a challenge in having a credit score. Now, there has to be a report that is generated to present to us this number. So that takes us to the credit report. The credit report is basically a detailed record of an individual's credit history, including information on their credit account, payment history, or outstanding debt. So if you don't have any credit history, which means that you have never borrowed money before, you have never been a servant to a financial institution, then you will not have this information. That means that you would not have a credit account, you would not have a payment history, and you would not have any outstanding debt because you are basing your availability of resources on what you actually possess. So you're only utilizing what you have in your possession, what you are able to lose. So that there puts us in a catch 22 because in order to have credit, you need to have a credit score. But in order to get the credit score, you need to have a credit history. But in order to have a credit history, to be on a credit report, you actually need to have debt. So this system is putting us in a conundrum, and that there makes it a challenge to get a credit card. Now, a credit card is a financial product. Yes, it is a product that allows an individual to borrow money from a lender up to the certain limit that is set, and they have to pay this back over time. So the credit card is there as a loan. So yes, it is actually you borrowing money to use in a particular period that you will have to pay back in a next period. And if you are unable to pay this money back, then you will have to pay what we call interest. Now, for the recap. So, the credit refers to the ability of an individual or a business to borrow money or to access financial services based on their perceived ability to pay it back. So, if you have $10 million and you have no credit outstanding, outstanding debt, you don't owe anybody any money, there is the hesitancy of persons to actually lend you money even if you have money. because you don't have a history. But in order to have a history, you have to have the ability to borrow. So that there is a challenge that many persons face when they are getting into this system, and that there makes room for the predators to feast upon the naive, the young, the innocent, because of ignorance. A credit card is a financial tool that allows the user to borrow money from a lender, typically a bank, in order to purchase or to withdraw cash. And even though you can withdraw cash, it is not advisable to withdraw cash from a credit card, because that is going to trigger a cash advance fee, which is usually about 3 to 5% in some instances, but you have predators who can even take it up further, depend on the jurisdiction. And the interest is capped in some countries, but in other countries it can go up to 80-90%. In Jamaica, one of the leading financial institutions currently have a 50% credit card, which would in America be considered a loan shark kind of territory. So we have to be very mindful and very vigilant as to the different interests that we have to pay. Credit cards usually have a credit limit. So basically, the credit card has a limit. So they will tell you, hey, you have $500 limit, or you have $50,000 in credit limit, which means that they will guarantee you that amount of money so you can take that loan and do whatever you need to do with it within that limit, and then you pay it back over time or over a particular predetermined time. And if you are not able to meet that deadline obligation, usually 25 to 31 days is the window for revolving credit. If you don't pay within that time, you'll have to pay interest on the money, plus if you miss the payment, you'll have to pay a late fee. And then guess what? That impacts the credit score. So there is a minimum balance that needs to be paid at the end of each month when one has a credit card. So a credit score is the numerical representation of an individual's credit worthiness based on the credit history. So if you don't have a credit history, you cannot have a credit worthiness score. But they will just generically give you a low score because you don't have a history. The standard score range from 300 in the United States up to 850. In this region, depend on where you are. If it is 300, that's bad. If it is 850, then that's a good territory. Credit score are used by lenders. They are used by landlords, which are still lenders because you're lending your premises, their properties. They're used by financial institution to evaluate the risk of lending money or extending credit to an individual. And for some strange reason, I don't know why it is that your landlord would need your credit report, but in some cases they do need it in order to weed out persons who are not going to be able to pay the rent that is due. And you know that some states, some jurisdiction has more affinity towards being more overwhelmed by the renters, in terms of the renters have more power than the landlords, so they have to mitigate against that risk as well in their investment or in their business. Now, the credit report. A credit report is a detailed record of an individual's credit history, including the information about their credit accounts. So if you have a credit card, if you have a vehicle loan, if you have a mortgage, whatever accounts, the credit inquiries, which mean that if you try to get loan from bank A, bank B, bank C, all of that will be there. Your payment history. So if you had credit before and you had a good track record, that there is going to be on the payment history. And the payment history is usually, some of the bad delinquencies usually drop off after about 7 years. But we don't want you to have any delinquencies on your credit report if you currently have credit cards and credit facilities. So credit reports are used by lenders and other financial institutions to assess your credit worthiness of you as an individual or a business if you are representing a business, to see if the business will be able to pay back the money that has been granted to them or extended to them. Credit is the trust that allows you to borrow money or to access loans from a lender. So, credit is based on trust, and you have to understand why it has to be based on trust, because the money that you're giving you doesn't really exist. So, it is a trusting relationship that I give you, you will give it back to me. And but the thing is, you are always, as the borrower, at a disadvantage, because the lender can always write off the bad debts and get exemptions based on those written off debt. So even if you have delinquencies and creditors are calling you and they have sold your information to other facilities so that they can get whatever it was that was owed, they would have already written off that debt, and they would have already been credited for that written off debt, but they are still sending someone to try to collect that debt because they had sold your debt to it is a system that is intertwined and interweb. But as the borrower, you are actually the servant, because now you are working to pay them back. So am I saying that you should not have any debt? I am actually saying that it is better to go to bed not thinking about who you owe money. It is better to think about who owes you money and how you're going to get your money from those persons. Take it from me, it is better that way. All right. So, as much as is possible, I would advise people not to take out debt. And if you are the head, the word of God says to us that we should be the head and not the tail, which means that we should be the ones with the resources as Christians. We should be the ones helping people who need the resources. We are not the ones who should be trying to get that resource by these secularized methodologies. Credit is typically issued or extended in the form of a credit card, which many persons have and have hung themselves because of those credit cards and their balloon payments that they have to make, and the monthly interest and the installments and all these burdens of fees upon fees. Or they may take a loan, yes, a loan such as a car loan, a vacation loan, all these loans. But the thing is, if you cannot afford it, do not go and get it. All right. And it is based on your credit worthiness, which is determined by the credit score and the credit report. So your credit worthiness is not necessarily a true reflection of your trustworthiness, because you could be a trustworthy individual, but because you don't have any history that is documented, then you are denied credit. You are denied the opportunity to be in the financial operation where credit is being discharged. So, a credit card is a financial product that allows you, the borrower, to access money from the lender up to the limit to make purchases or withdrawal. So, credit card typically charges interest for unpaid balance, and this is where they make their money. They also may have annual fees, and you should stay away from annual fees. You should not even be paying interest on the money that you take from your credit card. In terms of the money you swipe on your credit card, you should not be paying interest. So you have to have the money before you even swipe that card. So balance transfer, if you transfer, you have a credit card that has a high interest rate and you transfer from one card to another card, they may charge you a 3 to 5% balance transfer, and some jurisdiction may charge you even more. And then they have other charges, late fee, they may have minimum balance fee, and all these kind of fee. So you have to be very mindful that you are actually setting yourself up in a prison when you are receiving a credit card, especially if you are receiving it in ignorance, because these financial institutions can be predatory, and that can jeopardize your whole financial plan for the future. And you don't want your financial plan to be jeopardized. A credit score is a numerical representation of your credit worthiness based on information in your credit report. So you have to have a report to have a score. Just like when you're going to a school, you get your different subjects or your different classes, and you have the different grades, and at the end of the day they give you the average, and then they calculate based on everyone else in that year group to see where you fall, whether you're first, whether you're second, whether you are last. So it's the same thing that the credit score system is based on. Now let us look at credit worthiness. So, credit worthiness is a measure of a person's ability to pay back a loan or credit. It is determined by the number of factors, including the credit history. All right. So, whatever you had before, whatever facility, whoever you borrowed money from, you borrowed something from in the past, and it was reported, because you can borrow money and it's not reported. So once it's reported, then it creates a history on your file. So your income as well determines how much money you can access. So the more money you make, the more credit they are willing to give you, because they are assuming that you have the ability to pay that back. And if they can do your DTI, debt to income ratio, and you have a low debt to income, then you are even getting more money available. Then your employment status, if you are employed, it means that you have cash flow coming in, and when you have cash flow coming in, that is encouragement to the financial institution to give you money. So yes, they want to give you money so that you are not only working with your employer, but you're also working now for them when they give you that money. So a credit worthy person is likely to be approved for loans or credit, while a person with a poor credit worthiness may be denied or offered less favorable terms. So if you don't have a good credit worthiness based on the credit scoring metrics, the number that they assign to you, you will have a lower score. It doesn't mean that you are less worthy. It just means that they don't see you as a fitting candidate for the resources that they would be given to others at a more favorable rate. So when they think that you are in a more, how should we say it, unfavorable position, then you will get exploited more, in which you'll have a higher interest rate, you'll have lower limits, and you will be in a bind with greater restriction as to how you can use the facilities that are assigned. The more money you have, the more people want to give you money. It is like the principle where money attracts money. And many people will realize that the more money you have, the more money you get. And it's easier for you to embrace this belief and this system, because this is how the world and the money flow system work. That is why the rich will always become richer, because money attracts money, and the perception of money also attracts money. All right, so Credit history is an important determinant factor in determining your credit worthiness. It includes the record of a person's borrowing and repayment history, as well as any bankruptcy, because a lot of persons bite more than they can chew. All right, and they may get into difficulty in which they have to file for bankruptcy. So lenders use this information to assess the risk of lending to a person, and a strong credit history can help to demonstrate that the person is reliable and responsible with money. So they want you to be responsible with money so that they can give you more money. But if you were responsible prior with other people's money, you will be responsible with their money. But why not just be responsible with your money? That way you don't have to borrow other people's money and then have that burden over you, so you can't even sleep good at night because you're thinking about repossession. You're thinking about having to go to a job that you don't want to go to just because you have to pay these bills. Income is another important factor in determining your credit worthiness. Lenders want to see that the person has a stable income that is sufficient to make or to meet that requirement of payment of the loan or the credit that has been extended to them. This helps to ensure that the person will be able to pay back the money that they borrowed. So if you took a loan, you had a job, and then you lose a job, you still have the loan, right? So it is helpful to the lender at the beginning, but during the process, it's no longer helpful because things and circumstances can change. And that is why they always want to see the history, employment history coming into the mix as well. But before we get to the employment history, debt is also a factor in credit worthiness. A person with a lot of debt may be considered less credit worthy than someone with less debt, as they may seem as less able to pay back the credit. But let us think about it. The reason why you get a loan facility is to probably clear debt, but they want to give you money when you really don't need the money so that they can make money from you. So you have to know what is in your best interest if you are going to take on debt upon yourself and become a slave to a financial institution. Your employment history can also affect your credit worthiness. A person with a stable employment history is generally considered more credit worthy than someone who has had frequent job changes or gaps in employment. So they don't like when you move from job to job, even if the job is paying you more. They want you to be constant or consistent. But the truth be told, it varies from person to person. Some persons will move from job to job. Other persons will stay in one job, and they are in that job not because they need to be in that job, but because they just want to get a particular access to a particular loan facility. But usually people, after they get that loan facility, they just get up and move to another deployment or employment opportunity. So it is beneficial on the front end, but in the middle and on the back end, it is not giving a good indicator in the long run. Overall, credit worthiness is an important factor in determining a person's ability to borrow money and to access credit. It is important for people to manage their credit and financial affairs responsibly in order to maintain a strong credit worthiness. And let me let you know that you can actually borrow money without even having a credit score. There is something called the manual underwriting, but most persons are too lazy and just want to put everything in a system, a database, and give you an answer. You know? Yes, but in summary, credit cards, credit score, and credit report are all related to borrowing and lending money, and they are all used to assess credit worthiness and financial stability. So just as our companies exist and we go through the balance sheet, we go through the financial statements, We go through all these records to see if they are a viable company before we invest in them. It's the same system that exists when other persons are looking in. They want to see your household financials so that they know if you are in a position to meet your debt obligation. So you cannot want to expect X from external companies, but your internal company, your household, that as a man you should be leading, and the woman should be managing. But if you're a single man, then you should be the leader and also the manager until the woman comes to manage the resources that you have, and she multiplies them because she is now helping you to achieve the vision that God has impressed upon you. So these are some things that we have to take into consideration. So when we talk about credit, credit card, risk assessment, risk management, we have to talk about credit management. So credit management refers to the process of managing and using credit in a responsible way, and efficient way, and effective way. This includes understanding credit. All right. This can involve applying for credit cards, loans, or other forms of credit. When applying for credit, it is important for individuals to shop around. I know that many persons may still desire to be a slave, but that is not what we are presenting to you. We don't want you to be enslaved. Some persons are already shackled by credit, so we are just going to give you guidance as to how you can get out of the debt cycle so that you can become financially free, because there is joy in freedom. So if you're going to try to get a credit facility to get out of the credit bind that you're in, maybe you get a 0% interest credit card to clear off the balance that you have, so you buy yourself a little time. You have to shop around for the best rates. You don't want to take the low hanging fruit. And if you get a low limit credit card, that the lowest limit credit card you have impacts the other organization ability to give you money, because they're saying that they gave you $500 credit limit, they want to give you 5,000. They are not going to give you the 5,000 because you have that 500 limit on there. So you have to try to increase your credit limit so that you can get access to more credit. And sometimes you just have to cut off the low limit cards. If they are not increasing your limit, just cut them off and call it a day. And yes, it will impact your credit history, especially if this was one of your first cards that you have. So the more predatory banks or financial institution will give you low limits and keep you in that there for an extended period of time, which will jeopardize your ability to get access to actually good credit lines. So you have to know and weigh the balance to see what is in your best interest. Using credit wisely, once you have obtained credit, it is important for you to use it wisely and responsibly. This means that you will pay your bills on time. You'll keep your credit balance low. Usually, 10% is the area that we want to, 0 to 10% is where we want to keep it at the end of the statement cycle. So we don't want to get it up to 25%, because 25% is the next tier, but anything above 25%, that there is over leverage situation. All right, so we're going to try to keep it to 0 to 10%. And taking more credit than you can afford to pay back, that there is a setup for a disaster unless you are strategic and you're going to be doing a rotation of your credit. You're moving from one to another, you're transferring money, and you're not incurring those charges or those fees. So monitoring your credit score, because sometimes, especially in America, people will open credit cards on your behalf without your permission or consent, because they have taken on your identity. So this is a practice, stolen identity. So you have to monitor your credit. They will even change your address, so that's the credit information is sent to another address. You have to be very mindful because your data is constantly being bought and sold on the web and on the black market or the dark web. It's a good idea to monitor your credit regularly to ensure that your credit reports are accurate and that you are not a victim of identity theft. You can get a free copy of your credit report from the three major credit bureau, which are the Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, once per year. All right, so if that is important to you, then you can do that. Or you can just, when you apply for credit and you are going to receive credit, they also give you an indication of what your credit score is. So if they deny you credit, they also tell you what your credit score is, what are the reasons why they denied you the credit. So you can use that paper and know what your credit score is at the current time and also the reason for the denial. Now, paying off debt. If you have outstanding credit card balances or other debts, it is important to make regular payments, not only regular payment, but make on-time payments to pay off the debt to improve your credit score and your financial stability. The aim of our interaction on the Dr. Kareem Ainsley encounter is for you to be in a financially stable position so that you can have financial peace. And when you have financial peace, you can move into financial prosperity. And that there is where the financial freedom comes in. So by following these steps, you can effectively manage your credit and use it to your advantage. It is important that you remember that the credit is just a tool, and like any tools, if it's not used wisely, then it may be misused, which makes it useless. By using credit wisely, you can build a strong credit history and a financial foundation if you are in that realm or already in that realm. But what I want us to consider, though you may be in this realm of having credit card, I want you to consider how can you become so free that you have no longer a need for credit cards, you don't have a need for loan facilities. You can now live a life in abundance where you have financial freedom. So that is where I want you to put your mind so that we can get into the stage of how we are going to get out of debt. When it comes down to money, I want you to understand what principal and percentage rate means. So the principal, this is the initial amount of money that the borrower, or the initial amount of money that is invested. So it's either the amount of money that is borrowed or the amount of money that is invested. And the annual percentage rate, or the APR, is the annualized interest rate that is charged on a loan or credit card, including fees or other additional costs associated with borrowing the money. All right, so credit can work in two different areas. In credit, you can be the borrower or you can be the lender. When you are the lender, you are considered the investor because you are getting the interest. When you are the borrower, it means that you are paying the interest which is going to the investment of the lender. So you have to decide which side of the spectrum you want to be. You want to be the slave or the servant, or do you want to be the master, the ruler, the head, as the Word of God indicates. Some other key concepts I want us to bear in mind are saving, budgeting, and emergency fund. Each individual needs to just have an understanding of these concepts. So saving is a type of account that is allowed for deposits to be placed in. Budgeting is basically a method of structuring the money that is coming in and ensuring that they are assigned to where they are going to have their outflow. All right, and then the emergency fund is a fund that is set up with money saved is for specifically unexpected situation or expenses or emergencies. So those three things are very important for us to know. So when we talk about saving, a savings account is typically a financial product. Yes, I keep using the word product because when you go to the bank, they are actually selling you something. They are selling you a checking account. They are selling you a savings account. They are selling you a credit card. They are selling you loans. They are selling you all these investment opportunities. They're actually presenting that is their product, right? So yes, a savings account is a financial product that allows you to deposit and save money in a bank or a credit union or a community facility. A savings account typically offers the lowest form of interest rate than other types of investment accounts. When we say the lowest form, we mean that it is negligible. We don't mean that it's like the lowest, like there's no other account that provides lower. Because checking account sometimes provides equal to a savings account. So you just have to shop around for the best rate, and different areas, different jurisdiction may even have negative interest rate. So we have to be very mindful of where the money that we have or acquire is being parked. So saving refers to the act of setting aside a portion of your income or your inflow or the cash flow for future use rather than spending it in the present. But saving, the idea of saving is not that you're not going to spend it. The saving is for the purpose of spending or for keeping the money cycle or the money flow going. But it's just to amass a particular amount to spend on a particular endeavor. All right? So money that you want to spend, you're actually saving first to amass it so that you don't have to take a loan against the money. But different persons have different teachings, and yes, it is easier to advance your wealth by taking loans and taking more risk. But each person has to decide whether they want to follow the world standards or whether they want to follow God's standards, and that there now is dependent on you and your relationship. To have a financial cushion is one of the reasons for saving. To pay off large purposes is also another reason to have a savings, such as you want to pay off your house, you want to buy a brand new car. All of these are reasons for saving. To achieve your financial goal, you want to retire, you want to send your child to college, you want to do something special for someone, that there is another reason for saving. If you want to have financial freedom and to make decisions without looking back, people may save for those situations. But there are other ways to get and achieve all of this. Some persons save in a bank, some persons save in investment accounts, such as the 401k, the IRA, or the other investment vehicles. But we want you to realize that saving and investing are two different ball games, right? So savings, you have access to your cash or your liquidity is available. But with investment, your liquidity is not readily available. You have to wait a period for the money to be cleared, and then you have to deal with the possibility of taxation or the restriction as to when you can actually access your own money. So all of these has to be taken into consideration when we are talking about saving and investing. When it comes on to saving, it is generally recommended that you save a few dollars each month, but you have to determine what your goals are and what it is that you need to achieve. So every single dollar that you make should have an allocation. So if you make $100,000, the $100,000, every single dollar should have an allocation. So at the end of the month, you should have zero unallocated funds. All right. So there are several different types of savings account. You can choose whichever you desire. You have the traditional savings accounts, which is basically putting your money in the bank so you can draw it out at the ATM. Then you have the high yield savings account, which has better interest rate. In 2024, you may get 5% on your money. Then you have money market account, which you could say gives a higher rate of interest than the traditional savings account, but not necessarily than the high yield saving account in at this time. You can do this month to month. Then you have certificate of deposit, which should give you a higher rate of return than the high yield savings account. However, your money is basically locked up for a fixed period, and then there's this penalty if you take your money out prior to the time of the lock-in being completed. Then you have your online savings account. So there are many different ways that you can save money, but all your money should be allocated for a specific purpose. Now, budgeting is basically a plan for managing your money, which including your incomes and your expenses. Yes, I said incomes, which means that you should have more than one source of income. But if you have one, that's a good place to start. If you have zero, you need to get one, and when you get one, you need to multiply it to get more than one. So because one is too close to zero, and if you are in a state where you have no cash flow coming in, then you are running the risk of increasing your burn rate, because now you can be taken advantage of. And we don't want you to be in a state where you are taken advantage of. A budget is a financial plan that outlines how you will allocate your income and expenses over a period of time, usually the month. Creating a budget can help you to manage your money more efficiently and track your spending. I want you to track your spending. So remember, we want to allocate every single dollar that we have, so we know where every single dollar is going. And when we know where every single dollar is going, then we can tell the dollar what it needs to do. And if it's not performing, then we can just take it back and put it where it will be performed. Remember the story of the man who went on a journey, and he had his servants and he gave them the different talents. The ones that multiplied, they got more. The one that didn't decide that multiplication was in his vocabulary, that was taken away. So it's the same principle that applies to your money. So the Bible has been teaching us all this time about managing our family, managing money, managing our health, but we have been oblivious to that which was right in front of us. So yes, we have to exercise proper stewardship as we move forward into being a representation of God's ideal. So to create a budget, you will need to determine your income. So everything that you get money from, or you garner money from, you have to indicate that everything that you spend the money on, your expenses, whether they are fixed, they have to be included. Your variable expenses have to be included. So your groceries, your utilities, your transportation, your cost of debt. So if you have debt payment, that there now comes as an expense to you. So all of these things have to be factored in. So once you have the income and you have the expenses, then you can allocate each of those and then you subtract your income from your expenses, and then now you can decide where you want to increase and decrease and make adjustments as needed, so you can actually see where your money is going, and then you can do your percentage calculation so that you can have a visual graphical representation of your inflows and outflows. When we talk about the emergency fund is a fund that is set up. It's like a savings account, but it's like a maybe 3 to 6 months emergency fund, maybe a year. It all depends on what amount of money you think that you reasonably need in order to accomplish the vision that you have been given. So the emergency fund is set up with a specific amount of money that can last for a specific amount of time, just in case there's an unexpected emergency that comes. So say for instance, you may have lost your job. You have a 6 months grace period where you can use what you have, live off that, and still not be in a position where you are destitute, right? So you have that set aside just per adventure. So an emergency fund is a specific amount of money that is set aside for an unexpected or a financial emergency. Yes, and it should only be used in the case of an emergency. So you'll have your emergency fund, and usually I encourage people to put your emergency fund in a high yield savings account, because you can access an high yield savings account funds just as though you can access your debit and your debit card, your debit money, or your money in your checking account. So you can just transfer it from your high yield savings right back into your checking account within seconds. So and the high yield savings account give you a higher rate of return than your savings account. So I would suggest that you go straight into your high yield savings account with your emergency fund. All right, and then all your other money will be allocated to your different investment, to your different goals and objectives, and then you tackle them one by one. But you have to have a vision, you have to have a plan in order to be able to execute them and know that you are being successful or unsuccessful. So an emergency fund is a specific amount of money that is set up for an unexpected expenses or financial emergency. It is generally recommended to have an emergency fund that is equal to 3 to 6 months of your living expenses, although the exact amount will depend on the individual circumstances based on what you actually use, the cost of living is in the area, how much you are actually earning. So having an emergency fund can provide a financial security and help you to weather unexpected financial challenges such as a job loss, medical expenses, natural disaster. It can also help you to avoid taking on additional debt such as a credit card, or a same day or payday loan. To build an emergency fund, you have to set aside a small amount of money from each of your paycheck, or to set up an automated method of transferring money from your checking account to your high yield savings account at a particular point in time in the month, so you don't see the money, because some persons, when they see the money, they want to spend the money, and that there is a problem. In general, it is recommended to use your emergency fund only in the case of a true emergency. So we don't want you to create an emergency just because you want to tap into the funds. Just let the funds sit there, and that will give you the peace of mind to live with less stress and anxiety as you take your time to build, and you take your time to strategize and determine where you want to be in the future. Remember, in order to get anywhere, you have to have a plan, because if you don't have a plan for your future, someone else will have a plan how you can be instrumental in helping them to achieve their future goals and objective. So, with that said, I hope that you will be adequately positioned to use the resources that God has given you, so that you can be a steward that is representing God in His glory. Until next time. There are a few words that I would like for you to bear in mind. as you navigate your financial journey. And one of those words is cash flow. Every individual needs to know what a cash flow is. Cash flow basically speaks to the flow of cash. Cash flow is the movement of money in and out of your entity, individual's bank account, your business account, whatever it is that you possess, where cash is used to transact or to keep things afloat. So if you have a positive cash flow, it indicates that you have more money coming in than you have going out, while a negative cash flow would indicate that you have more money going out than you have coming in. And we don't want you to be in a state where you have a negative cash flow, because when you have a you're strapped for cash, or you have a tight cash flow, just breaking even, then there is where the predators take charge and come in to sweep you off your feet, giving you all these loan facilities to hold you shackled. So, what you must first do is to try to understand your cash flow situation. In order to determine your cash flow situation, what you have to do as an individual is to understand where are you getting your cash from. So if you have a job that there presents cash flow, if you have other activity that generates income or revenue, that there is cash flow. So if what the modern people call it is like side hustles, if you have those can be considered a cash flow. If you have a business, that is even a better way to structure cash flow, because that there is somewhat more predictable. If you have investments that you receive dividends or you receive interest payments on, that there also presents cash flow. So understanding where all the cash is coming from, if you have a rental income, that there is also cash flow. And then after you have determined what your inflows are, you need to determine what your outflows entail, whether that be the expenses for the rental properties, your daily upkeep, the money that is necessary to pay your employers, your employees as the employer. That there will give you an idea as to how you need to position yourself so that you can have a positive cash flow payroll. That's very important to consider, especially when you are running a business. So these are just some of the things and the ideas that I want you to consider. I want you to take charge of your financial position. I want you to run your house as a business, because your home is actually a business. It is your business. As we navigate this cash flow concept, I want you to think about it. Cash should always be flowing. Cash should never remain constant or stagnant. So if you had $10 yesterday, you don't want to have $10 today. You want to have $10 plus a couple cents at least, to show that your cash is increasing, because we believe in the principle of multiplication. When cash becomes stagnant, what happens is inflation. It means that the money that you have cannot produce or provide for you the same thing that it could yesterday, because the cost of goods keep going up, so that there is devaluing the money that you have. So if you had $10 yesterday and you have $10 today, the $10 that you have today is less than the $10 that you had yesterday. So cash should always be flowing, and the more free flowing your cash is, the better it is for you, because having money is one thing, but keeping the money is another thing. Getting the money, many persons can do that. Keeping the money, having accountability to the money, that is where many persons find themselves in an challenge, in a ditch, in a difficult situation. So think about this. There are two types of cash flow. We have the operating cash flow, and this basically refers to the cash flow that is generated from the day-to-day operation of your business, which includes the sales of goods or services, or when you think about your household, because your household is your business, I want you to think about it, daily operation, how much it costs for your breakfast, how much it costs for your lunch, your dinner, how much it costs for your ability to be in the space, your rent, whatever, if it's your mortgage payment, whatever that costs, your utility, all of those things are for the daily operation of your household. So those have to be taken into your heating, your plumbing, your electric, all those things have to be taken into consideration, so that there is cash flow from operating expenses. And the good thing is that your home can become a business, in that if you are utilizing the extra space that you have in generating income, maybe putting it on the rental market, having short-term stays, short-term rentals, and all those kind of stuff, that there can generate revenue and inflows for that operation. All right. I know that many persons may be adverse. They want to have their homes a sacred space, but you have to weigh the balance and see if your home should just remain strictly a sacred space, and then you have no money to buy food, to do the necessary things that you need to do in order to maintain the lifestyle that you currently possess. Then another type of cash flow that we want to talk about is the investing cash flow. And this refers to the cash that is generated from the sales of long-term assets such as properties or equipment. And when we talk about properties or equipment, we're talking about when you have your home, you have properties or land, or you have equipment. If you have a farm, you're from a farming community, you have farming supply, farming equipment, you may have vehicles, taxis that you had on the road. So all those things are considered equipment. If you're a mechanic, you have your tool set. So when you sell those can be a form of cash flow for you. So when you're not using those tools anymore, or you have advanced your methodology in how you operate, then there you can dispose of those and generate some cash. Other long-term assets we're talking about, like your stocks, your bonds, especially for an individual entity, your mutual funds. When you dispose of those or give them to someone else, or you put them back on the market, then you will reap the return on that investment. So those are long-term sales, and usually long-term on these markets are usually classified as 1 year and 1 day. All right, so just bear that in mind. So it is important for us to monitor the cash flow, because it affects how the business operate, which is your business, or your individual ability to pay your bills, make investment, and achieve your financial goal. So whether you want to think about the short term or the long term, you have to have system and measures in place so that you can meet those goals and objectives. When you're running your business, you always want to have inflows, you always want to have income coming in, and you want to have cash going out, but you want to control the amount of cash that is going out, and you want to stop leakage and slippage from taking place. A business with a positive operating cash flow is generally considered to be healthy. So a business with a negative operating cash flow is generally considered to be in a financial bind. When you have your household and you're making, say, you make $100,000, and your expenses, that's the income coming in from all the sources that you have, and your expenses is $150,000, there means that you have a negative cash flow, because you have more money going out that you have coming in. So you have 100, and then you are going to minus the income, the revenue, from the expenses, which would be the 150, and then we see we have minus 50, and that minus 50 indicates that we have a problem. So that minus 50,000 indicates that there is a challenge, there is mismanagement taking place. And if you are in this position, the first thing that I would advise you to do is to assess where you are, put all your income, all your expenses, and see where your money is going. Once you can identify where your money is going, then you can plug the leaks. But most persons don't want to take accountability for their money. And if you're not willing to take accountability for your money, then you cannot complain to anybody about your money problem. Because your money problem is not their money problem, it's your problem and it's your business. So you have to get ahead of this business so that you can safeguard yourself, your family, your relatives, and all those who depend upon you. Because when you are not exercising your fiduciary duty in monitoring, maintaining, multiplying the resources that God has gifted unto you, then that put others at a disadvantage who should be blessed by you. So I want you to bear that in mind, that your purpose is greater than just being a selfish individual, because your blessings will be moving out to other persons. So the more you amass, the more you can share, the more you can help other persons to get their feet on the ground. And I am sure that that is something that you desire to do. So uh, there are various ways that people can increase their cash flow. So when we think about increasing your cash flow, many persons may think about getting another job for an individual purpose. But let us think about it. The quantity of time sometimes is less valuable than the quality of time. So getting another job, say you work at $10 per hour and you get another job that pays you $10 or $9 per hour. Uh, Working 20 hours per week is not as beneficial to you as an individual. So what you should try to do is to upskill, so that instead of just making $10 per hour, you can now position yourself to make $20 per hour, and even working half that time with only one job, then guess what? You are still in a better position. I know that we always say that one source of income is too close to zero, and that is true. But we don't want you to have multiple jobs. We want you to have your hands in multiple things, yes, but we don't want you to be jack of all trades, master of none. What we want you to do, you can have your W 2 job, your regular 9 to 5 job, but you can also have other sources of income coming in. Do not despise your 9 to 5, because this is basically the foundation on which many persons are given experiences and have an appreciation to understand how the real world works. So do not despise the 9 to 5. You can have your 9 to 5, which is one source of income, and then you can have your business, which you work on after you have completed your 9 to 5. You can have other investment opportunities that you use based on the resources that you have. But in order to be able to balance all of this, you have to structure your life in such a way that it meets your desires and your financial objective. So that is why it is important that each person has to sit down and reason with themselves to know what their financial objectives are. Because what I desire may not be what you desire. And as such, you have to position yourself so that you can get the desires that you could receive. So, in thinking about this positions us to move to the next phase of increasing our income. If we can get a better job, then move forward to that. If you can offer more, if you're a sales rep, then you sell more, or you sell more high value items. What you can do in some instances, especially in the starting phase, is reduce your expenses. All the unnecessary things that you have, get rid of them so that you can generate some cash. And all the things that you are subscribed to that you don't use, or it doesn't value or merit the amount you're paying for subscription, you can get rid of those as well. And what you're going to have to do is to manage your inventory levels. So things that you have that are going down, things that you have that are too much, you manage those inventory, you balance out everything, so you're basically restabilizing your position. But in order to do all of this, you have to know your numbers. It's important to regularly review and analyze your cash flow to ensure that not only your business but your individual resources has met its financial obligation to achieve their financial goals. The reason for us to live and exist in this world is to share in the resources that God has gifted to us. And in sharing in those resources, we have to ensure that our cash is moving. And once the cash is moving, we can have cash flow. But we want the cash to be moving in a positive direction so that we can say, yes, this is positive cash flow. Now that we have covered cash flow, it's time for us to go to COC, cash on cash return. An important metric that we should consider when we are dealing with our finances is cash on cash return, or the COC. So the cash on cash return is the measure of the cash flow that an investment generates in relation to the amount of cash that you invested. It is commonly used to evaluate the performance of your rental properties, but it also used to evaluate different types of investment as well. But we're considering real estate when we're talking about cash on cash return. But you can do this with other investment opportunities that you may position yourself into. So the formula for calculating the cash on cash return is the cash or the total annual cash flow divided by the total cash invested times 100. So all of that is going to be divided by 100. So let's get that formula. Let's get the formula for the cash on cash return. So the cash on cash return equals the annual cash flow divided by the total cash invested. You generate your number and then you times that by 100. So let us take an example. So if you invested $100,000 into a rental property and the property receives an annual cash flow of $10,000, then in order to determine what the cash on cash return is, you're going to have that 10,000 divided by that 100,000 that you invested times the 10 times 100 would equal 10%. So this means that the investment has generated a 10% rate of return on the cash investment invested. So that is, there is the cash on cash return. So the cash on cash return is useful to measure the performance of an investment because it shows the return on the cash invested rather than the overall return of the investment. This can be helpful for comparing investment with different price points or for evaluating the potential return of an investment before it is appreciated in value. So you want to know if you're thinking about buying property A, property B, property C, and you already know how much you're going to invest in property A, property B, property C based on the price that they want, you have to know how much will you be getting on that investment. So based on your cash on cash return, the one that has a higher value would be the one that you would move into selecting to enjoy because you want the best return or the best bang for your bucks. All right, so that there is a cash on cash return. All right. So there's another form of return that we like to consider, especially when we're dealing with business and we're dealing with our family life. And we call it the ROE, which is return on equity. And many persons have their homes, many persons have their different asset classes, and they may have equity in those assets. So the amount of money that you basically have invested and you're able to draw out based on the current value is your equity. So if you bought a house for 100,000, you did not use our method and pay cash for that house, then guess what's going to happen? You may have paid $20,000 on the house in terms of all the fees and everything that goes into that house to secure it, and $20,000 exists in that house, but the house is valued $100,000. You there has that $20,000 equity in that house, but whosoever you borrowed the money from has the next 80% equity, and they can always take over your 10%, your 20% that you have in that house. So you have to just understand that, and that there is safe to a degree, but it is not safe, especially when dealing with people that you don't trust. And that is why it is always ideal that you only do business with people that you trust, because you can always lose friend, damage relationship when you start talking about business and start talking about money. Only do business with people that you trust. So return on equity basically refers to the percentage of the profit that is earned on the shareholders' equity in a company. So we're going to use this formula when we're talking about the stock market, all right? So the return on equity is basically the net income divided by the shareholders' equity. So for example, if a company net income is $100 and the shareholders' equity is of $500, then the return on equity would be that $100 divided by that 500, which would equal to 20%. All right. So this means that the company is earning 20% return on the shareholders' equity, which is good in some instances, depend on the structure of the company, the size of the company, the maturity of the company. So all those things have to be taken into consideration. This information that we're giving you is so that you can position your mind to understanding financial concepts, so that you are more in a state of financial literacy. So that when we start positioning you to take certain steps, you will not be lost as to where we're going. All right. Now, another concept that I want you to understand is the concept of arbitrage. So basically, in simple terms, arbitrage is basically buying something cheap or at a lower price and then selling it at a higher price in a different market, so you make a spread. You make that spread. You see, just like how the banks have the currency spread, so they may be buying at one rate and selling at one rate. They are performing arbitrage with their currency spread. If you have the US dollars selling for this rate and we are buying the US for this rate, we're selling the British pound at this rate and we're buying it at this rate, that there is a spread, and they're arbitraging the result. So if you bought at a particular price and you sold back in the same day, you are actually going to be losing more money than you would actually have anticipated, because the stack of cards are actually against you, because the bank is the host and the host is determining the price. So you are not getting the best deal for your money. But when you don't know better, you have to just take the deal that is assigned to you in ignorance, thinking that you're getting the best. So having this concept of arbitrage, many persons exhibit arbitrage basically when they buy things from China and then they sell it in different markets, at a higher price so that they can make that spread and make a profit. So that there is a form of arbitrage that takes place. And this is nothing new. It has existed over time. And that is why information is so important. So let us get into the structured definition of arbitrage. It says that arbitrage is the practice of taking advantage of the price difference of two or more markets. So you take it from one market and you move it into another market based on the price that it is going for in a particular market. It involves the buying of an asset in one market and simultaneously selling that asset in another market at a higher price, thereby earning a profit without taking any risk. And even though it says you're not taking any risk, you're actually exhibiting some form of risk, because what if things spike or things change or that gap in arbitrage closes? So basically it is a risky endeavor, and that risk you are compensated for because of your prior knowledge and your execution in a timely manner. So arbitrage can be applied in various markets, including the stock market, the currency market, the commodity market, the derivative market, and these are markets that I want you to be aware of, that their existence, because we are going to get into these markets in a future sitting, so that you can have an appreciation of how these markets work and to see if any of these markets are good for your taste or your appetite in investing. So an arbitrage opportunity are usually exploited by sophisticated investors or traders, and they require significant knowledge and resources to execute. So money make more money than people can make money. All right, so that concept I want you to understand. So the more money you have, the more money you can make. When you have money, cash flow, you have dry powder, you have cash on hand, you have the ability to deploy that resources to quickly capture an opportunity. So that is why, as you invest, as you grow your network, I want you to always remember that you need to have dry powder. You need to have a positive cash flow, yes, but you also need to have dry powder, or you have cash on hand, so that if anything comes up, if there's an opportunity, you can always execute. And then you always make money in the purchase. So if you make a bad purchase, then that is going to take a lot of time for you to recover, and you don't want purchases like those. So you have to think, you have to assess prior to, and go with confidence, and then position yourself so that you can get the best results, the best return for your investment. So in order to execute an arbitrage, so we have to identify the arbitrage opportunity, which involves price differences of two or more markets of the same asset, right? Then after we have identified number two, how we're going to do this, we're going to evaluate the risk. So before we engage in arbitrage trade, it is essential that we evaluate the potential risk involved, the time, the likelihood of the price difference closing, as well as the potential impact and the market fluctuations that may exist. Then we have to make the trade. Once the opportunity has been identified and the risk has been evaluated, then the trade is executed. Once that trade is executed, then we have to monitor that trade. Once we are monitoring that trade and we see that we have the profits that we need, we're going to close that trade. And then if the opportunity still exists, then we repeat that trade. So you're taking money off the table. And that there is basically how the arbitrage situation works, right? So just bear that word in mind, arbitrage. As we move and we grow together financially, I want you to set up for yourself a money plan. There are several steps that we need to take in order to set up for ourselves a money plan. We're just going to go over 9 main steps. And this is very important for you to do if you desire to be financially free, to be financially independent. I want you to really consider setting up a goal. Because if you don't have a goal, if you don't have an objective, then you're just going to be a wandering generality. I want you not to be a wandering generality. I want you to be specific about your goals, your desires, your objective, so that you can position yourself today so that in the future, your future self will thank you for what you did in the past, which should now be in the present moment. So there are 10 things that I want you to consider when setting up your money plan. First of all, I want you to tell yourself that you are able to do this. Now, number one, you're going to determine for yourself a financial goal. What do you want to achieve with your money? Some persons want money to buy things, some persons want money to help others, other persons want money to just show to other people. Some common goals include some people just want money to save up for retirement, some people want money to pay off their debt, some people want money to pay down on a house, some people want money to build emergency fund. So what I want you to do is to have a clear financial goal, because this will help you to make an informed decision about how you're going to allocate your financial resources. So after you have determined what your financial goals are, what is it that you want to do? Do you want to start a business? Do you want money to save for retirement? Do you want money to position yourself for something great? What is it that you really want? Do you want money to do estate planning? What is it that you really want the money to do? Once those have been identified, I want you to move to step number two, is assess your financial situation. So in order to assess your financial situation, you have to know where your cash flow is, where your income is coming from, where your expenses are, and you need to know your DTI, you need to know your network. So you're going to take a look at all these things, your income, your expenses, your debt. You have to understand your burn rate. How much does it take for you to live every single day? Just waking up and breathing, how much does it cost? Did it cost you $100 today? Did it cost you $200 today? What did it cost you? This will give you an idea as to how much money you have available today. And once you know how much money you have available today, you can determine how much will you need depending on how long you desire to live. And remember, you don't want to be selfish and thinking about yourself only. So if you are a single person right now, you will not be single for the rest of your life. So you have to think about a family of maybe 10 persons minimum in your family. You may not have 10 children or 9 children, but think about a family size of 10 people that you have to take care of. And when you position yourself in that frame of mind, you realize that you need more money than you actually thought. But if you're going to be selfish, then you realize you don't need that much money. But we're not going to be selfish, all right? So the next thing that we want to do is to create a budget. So we're going to use information that we have gathered about our incomes and our expenses to create this budget. So we're in phase 3. So we're creating this budget. We're going to outline how much money we have available, how much money we're going to be allocating to the particular financial goal. And this budget can help us to track our spending and to make proper allocation so that our financial resources can be accountable. All right. So step 4, we are going to move into something very important, which is allocating your money. Every single dollar that you earn needs to have a work. Every single dollar that you have needs to be doing a job. Every single dollar that you have needs to be active. You cannot have money that is passive. You want money that is active, because when the money is active, it is generating more money. All right. So you have to allocate in that budget that you're going to create. Allocate money towards a financial goal. This may include setting money aside for savings, setting money aside for paying off debt, setting money aside for investment, setting money aside for whatever end of life experience that you plan to have, which they call retirement. But I have searched the Bible and I've never seen anywhere in the Bible where there is the mention of retirement. So I am not even sure if we should be, as Christian people, saving for retirement. We should be living and enjoying life to the fullest. God says, occupy until He comes. So we must have a full life, not a life that we are in a state of retirement. But that there is a conversation for another sitting. So the next thing that we want to do, number 5, in phase 5, we want to pay off high interest. I know that some persons may have made bad financial acceptance in certain regards in relation to accepting debt from financial institution, which presented to us the idea that they were there to help us, but they were there only to enslave us in putting us in the shackles of debt. So what I want you to do is to get out of that bondage. And in getting out of that bondage, you're going to be utilizing a debt payment method. Well, you can use the snowball method or you can use the avalanche method, whichever method it works best for you. If you have high interest debt, such as a credit card, it may be a good idea to prioritize the one with the highest interest and pay that off first. And the longer you carry the debt, the more the interest accumulates, because the interest is compounded and is not a simple interest calculation. Remember that. So you may have an instrument that carries a 10% charge, but at the end of the day, you're not paying 10%, you're paying more than 10%. So we have to remember that, because it is calculated on a daily basis and not once. So there is a daily compounding process taking place. All right. So the next thing that I want to do, number 6, is to build an emergency fund. It is generally recommended that you have funds for 3 to 6 months, but it all depends on your financial position. It all depends on, after assessing what your burn rate is, what if you can get 3 to 6 months in 1 month, which means that your actual burn rate, your actual expenses can be generated from 1 month's worth of income. What if your whole year worth of work can be generated from 1 week worth of income? So that there will determine how much money you're going to be saving. But 3 to 6 months is necessary for you to save so that you can have a cushion. So if anything should happen to you, then you have something to fall back on. And if someone meets into a situation where they have an emergency, then you are in a position where you can aid and assist them. So that there is something that can be considered. Then number 7, we are going to be thinking about investing for the long term. So once you have cleared off your debt and build up that emergency fund, you may want to consider investing your money for the long term, which means that you probably think about going into gold, going into stocks, going to bonds, going to ETF, going to futures, going to currencies, whatever it is that you understand that there you can invest in. Or if you're like majority of persons who don't understand anything, I would suggest you go into something that you can see. And something that you can see is real estate. Real estate is the only estate that is actually real, that you can see, you can touch, you can feel, you can enjoy. Because most of these other instruments, they are artificial to a degree, or they are computer generated, which means that they exist in or on the internet, but in reality you cannot do anything with them. So you have to just be mindful so as you don't get swindled. And you may be saying, I need a financial advisor, but what if I told you that if you invest your money yourself, follow the principles that we're going to give you, you may even outperform your financial advisor? Because most financial advisors are not successful investors. Because if they were successful investors, they wouldn't have to advise you financially. They would use the advice that they are giving to you to become financially free. So I want you to think about that, right? And if you are actually making money, you don't want people to invest in you so that you can make more money, because you already know how to make the money. So if you already know how to make the money, you'll just make the money. That just makes sense. But everybody's situation is different, and everybody moves and operates differently. So, number eight, I want you to set aside money for business because working a job is good, but working a job for the rest of your life will never generate you the kind of wealth. You will never realize the full potential that is within you. I know that not everyone is cut out for business, but for those who are apt to a business mindset, I think you should position yourself to save, to preserve some of your resources, to invest in your passion, your ideas, starting a business, because that there gives you an opportunity to receive inflows in multiples that you would not receive from a job. So remember, the job pays you a particular rate for a particular amount of time. When you have a business, time is important, but time becomes somewhat irrelevant because 1 hour does not equate to $100 per hour. 1 hour can equate to $100,000, $1 million per hour. So when you have a business, you have access to that vastness. You have access to people. You have access to all these resources because of the service that you are offering. So I want you to not only think yourself as an employee, but think of yourself as a business owner. And that is why it is important that you start with managing your personal resources first. So that's when you make that transition into establishing a business or moving your business to the next stage, you are already in position based on your previous stewardship experience. Then number nine, the number nine thing, or the step number nine, is to review and adjust your plans regularly. It's important that you review and adjust your plans on a regular basis because dynamics may change, situations may change, things may shift, and we know that the market sometimes can be tricky, and we have to be able to pivot. And that is where, being a business minded individual, you can see opportunities, you can pivot at different intervals so that you can make the best of whatever opportunity is given to you. So you may need to just make some minor adjustments with this plan, but these are just the basic steps that I want you to think about as you position yourself towards a financial future that is in your best interest. So now let us do a quick revision of the 10 steps that I want you to take in setting up your financial money plan. All right, so you're going to, number one, determine your financial goals. Number two, you're going to assess your current financial situation. Number three, you're going to create a budget. Number four, you're going to allocate your money. Number five, you're going to pay off your high interest debt. Then number six, you're going to build an emergency fund. Number seven, you're going to invest in things for the long term. Number eight, you're going to set aside money for business opportunities. Number nine, step nine, you're going to review your plan occasionally. And number 10, please go ahead and execute. A very important concept that many persons fail to understand is budgeting. It is important to track your expenses and create a budget to ensure that you are spending your money wisely, in alignment to your goals, in alignment to your objective, in alignment to the direction that you have agreed to. There is no one size that fits all when it comes on to budgeting because you have different needs, you have different needs, you have different needs, we all have different needs. And when we all have different needs, We all have different desires. It means then that we are positioning ourselves in such a manner that is in alignment with our objective. It means then that we need to set an objective. And in setting an objective, the first thing that we can do is to assess where we are. So we need to know how much money is coming in. We need to understand our income. And then we need to figure out our expenses. The income should be simple for many of us to figure out. We have our regular 9 to 5 job. We may have our extracurricular activities. We may have our investment. We may have our real estate. We may have our interests. We may have royalties. We may have patents, trademarks. We may have all these things that generates a cash flow to us. But we need to also consider our expenses. So here are a few factors to consider when determining how much money of your income is going towards your expenses. Because when you have the inflow, you have that determined. You need to know how your money is going out. There are different types of expenses that I want to bring your mind to. There is a fixed expense, there's a variable expense, there's a savings and debt payment expense, and then there's a flexible spending expense. All right. So those are the expenses that we're going to be dealing with today. So the fixed expenses are those expenses which remains the same every month. As the term indicate, it is fixed. So if your rent is $50 this month, next month it's $50, your car payment is $50, it's $50, then your insurance is $10, it's $10 this month, $10 next month. The expense should factor into the budget. That those that are fixed should be factored into the budget and adjusted accordingly. Then we have something we called our variable expenses. The variable expenses are expenses that can vary from month to month, such as your groceries, your utilities, your entertainment. And when you're in certain areas, your groceries may fluctuate based on the season. If you're in a colder climate, when the time is colder, the exotic fruits, the citric fruits, those fruits are usually at a higher markup in the colder temperature. But in summer, those fruits are at a lower price point. So those things have to be considered. Then we have the inflation factor that is taking place, where what the input costs to produce the same thing that you were enjoying yesterday has increased, and that increase now is passed on to you as the consumer. Your utility bill, different areas have different billing cycles in which at different time of day the usage increases or decreases, and the rate also increases and decreases based on the time of day. So that has to be taken into consideration. Your entertainment, different shows cost different amount of money. The expenses should be budgeted for the next, as they can be adjusted based on your income and your spending belt, right? So these expenses exist, variable, but if you can avoid some of them, then avoid as many as possible. Now we move into savings and debt payment. After budgeting for your fixed and your variable expenses, it is important to allocate money towards savings and debt payment. These include the contribution that you are going to make towards your emergency fund, saving for your end of life experience, or paying off high interest debt. I suggest you to pay off your high interest debt while you're saving for your emergency fund. And then you can consider your end of life experience after all of that is taken care of. I don't know if you understand what freedom is like, not having any debt being shackled upon you. When you're in that state, you have the pleasure of enjoying the freedom that comes without having to be considering every single month monthly payments. That there is freedom that I want you to experience. Now, Let us consider flexible spending. So, flexible spending portion of our expenses basically is any amount of money that is left over after budgeting for the fixed, variable, and saving debt repayment expenses that can be considered for flexible spending. This can be used for discretionary spending, such as dining out or to purchase those things that you so desire, that you want but you don't really need, but you're going to purchase them anyway. So those are things that can be considered when we're dealing with our budget. But this there may seems a little bit complex, even though it has four types of expense classes. But as you move along, different situations may be ideal or more suitable for you based on your income level, based on your burn rate, how much money it costs you to stay alive every single day. So those different dynamics do play a factor into how you budget your money. So what I want you to keep in mind when you're creating a budget is simple. But in order to get the budget up and running, you first have to be honest with yourself. Write down on your paycheck how much money do you have coming in. Then you're going to have to write down every time you spend money on groceries, every time you spend money on buying gas, on the taxi fare, whatever it is that you spend money on eating out, on lunch, whatever it is that you spend, a baby formula, whatever it is that you spend the money on, I want you to document it. And if you can document it, you can see where your money is going, what you spend on your rent, what you spend on your mortgage, what you spend on your light, what you spend on your internet. So you can know exactly where your resources are leaching to. And in some instances, it can position you to know how to pool resources. Because if you have 5 persons in a household and 5 of you have internet access and you are paying 5 different plans, but yet majority of the time there's no one at the house, why not pool all those 5 resources together and have one centralized internet plan, maybe at a tier higher, so that you have more bandwidth for when everybody is in the house at the same time. So these are the ways that I want you to think. I don't want you to think as an individual. I want you to think as an entity, a structure. So when you are in your family home, see how you can pool your resources together so that you can have the least amount of outflow, because we want to control the cash flow. And the idea is to have more cash coming in than cash that is going out. That way we can put money aside for things that really matters to us outside of paying bills. There are many different rules that exist when it comes on to money. We call them the money allocation rules. So some persons allocate their money differently, but each rule has its place. So you have to determine which rule suits you, suits your lifestyle, and is appropriate for you. So one of my favorite rules is the rule of 72. The rule of 72 determines how long it takes for an investment to double. Yes, you heard that right. How long does it take for investment to double? I like when my money doubles. We want a double double. Yes, that is exactly what we desire. So, for example, if you expect an annual rate of return of 8%, it will take you approximately 9 years for that investment to double. And how did we get at 9? So we have the rule of 72. So we have 72 and we divided by the interest rate, which would be the 8. So 72 divided by 8 basically gives us 9. So within 9 years, guess what? Your money would be doubled. But if you want your money to be doubled faster, then you can increase the interest rate. And then guess what? It will double faster. So it's the same principle that applies when you take out a mortgage. Do you know how many times did you buy the house that you took a 30-year mortgage for? If you have a 10% interest rate, You took a 30-year mortgage. The amount of time it would take for that 10% interest rate mortgage that you took to double at based on the rule of 72 is 7.2 years, right? 7.2 years. Then we have a 30-year mortgage. So how many houses did you actually buy the bank before you paid off for your house? So now you understand what does that mean. So interest can work in your favor and also against you, but depends on where you are on the spectrum, whether you are the borrower or you are the lender. If you are the lender, then you are in the right position. If you are the borrower, then things may not be so great for you. When you have money, when you start making money, there are some rules that you have to bear in mind and allocate your money based on those rules. So what we're going to be doing is going through a few of those rules, and we're going to start with my favorite rule, and it's the rule of 72. This rule basically speaks to the state of determining how long it takes for your investment to double. We always talk about when am I going to double my money? Nobody wants to make 10% interest on their money only after having it for 50 years. Nobody wants that. We want our money to double. And the rule of 72 allows us to predict reasonably when the money will be doubled. So the idea is whatever the interest rate is that you are getting on that particular money compounded per year, you just have 72 and you divide it by that. So if you're getting an 8% return, you have 72 divided by 8 and it gives you approximately 9 years. So at 8%, your money will double by 9 years. At 10%, your money will double by 7.2 years. The rule of 72 is just a general calculation where you can understand when you are lending money how fast your money will double, and when you are borrowing money, which we advise against, but if you are borrowing money, you can know how much you are actually paying for an item that you have purchased. So when you buy one car, you may think that you're only buying one car, but you're buying yourself a car, and you're buying the company a car, and probably you're buying other persons in the company cars because of the amount of money that you actually spend on that car. So you need to know, is this in your best interest? We want our money to compound for ourselves and not to be exploited, not to be extorted, and not to be taken advantage of. The rule of 72, if you don't know any other rule, remember the rule of 72. And this rule is tied into compound interest. Compound interest is one of the most important interests that every single individual who touch currency, who enjoys the luxury of what the currency can provide to them, or money, we say in the modern world, which is not really money, it's just currency, that there is a rule and an understanding that you need to know. The simple interest is good, but compound interest is actually what the banks and the lending facilities use to calculate the amount that you are actually paying. So when they say you're paying 7% interest on something, compounded, it is not 7%, it may be 7.25, 7.3. It all depends on how it compounds, whether it compounds daily, whether it compounds weekly, whether it compounds quarterly. And you have to also remember, think about it like this: if you have a mortgage and you are paying your mortgage monthly, you're actually paying more than if you were paying your mortgage weekly. If you are paying it weekly, you'll be paying less. And you'll be saying, but it's the same amount that you're paying. Yes, it is the same amount you're paying, but you're not allowing the time of compounding to take place. We're going to go into a calculation in the future so that you can have an understanding as to what I'm really saying. But always remember the rule of 72. When you have $10, you don't want to know when you're going to have $10.10. That is okay when you're just starting out. But when you have $10, you want to know when will you have $20. When you have $20, you don't want to know when you're going to have $21. You want to know when you're going to have $40. When you have $40, you want to know when you're going to have $80. When you have $80, you want to know when you're going to have $160. When you have $160, and it compounds. And it compounds. And I want you to understand the rules of double. It takes 10 doubles to actually become a millionaire. So if you are able to double your money 10 times, you are in a good position to become a millionaire. And I know that if you are here, you are serious about securing your family's resources. You're serious about allocating and preparing for the generation that is to come. And as such, follow these examples, know these rules, and you will be in a good position. Another rule that many persons teach on is the 50-30-20 rule. And you'll realize that the 50-30-20 rule, it gives us 50%, then we have 30 and 20, which gives us another 50%. So at the end of the day, we have 100%. So basically, this is suggesting to us that we should allocate 50% of our income towards necessities. So your food, your clothing, your shelter, your transportation, whatever it is that is needed, that we consider necessity for you to survive reasonably, that should be 50% of your allocation. Then we move 30% towards discretionary expenses, which are expenses that you don't need but you can engage in. All right, such as eating out, which if you're not in a financially stable position, you should be cooking all your meals at home. Your entertainment, you should not be thinking about entertainment going to the amusement park if you are not financially sound. And then 20% should be savings and debt payment. But that is just a rule that they have given to us to follow. And financial analysis will prove to us that this is helpful. But in the real world, if you are in a financial bind, these numbers will not be in your best interest. What I advise is totally different, but this is a starting position until you have developed some sense of discipline so that you can enjoy the luxury that money can actually buy, the currency can actually buy. There's another rule that we have enjoyed, and it's similar. It's like the 70-20-10 rule. So this rule is saying to us that our money should be divided into these buckets, three buckets. We always keep it as simple as possible. All right. So 70% towards our needs, 20% towards our discretionary expenses, and then 10% towards our savings and debt payment. So this rule is similar to the 50-30-20 rule. So it's based on what you can manage, because I know that when we're making a transition from a debt-based system into a cash-based system, it's very difficult to leave the addiction to debt behind. And this is in a method of gradually weaning you in so that you can allocate your funds appropriately. There is another rule that we find very important, and it's the 80-20 rule. And this rule suggests that you should allocate 80% of your income towards fixed and variable expenses. Fixed expenses are expenses that remain constant, they don't change. Variable expenses are the expenses that can fluctuate, like a utility and stuff like that. The fixed would be like your mortgage, or your rent, your car payment if you have car payments, which we advise against, and then 20% towards your financial goals such as your investment and your saving. I want you to know that the 80-20 rule is there to as a guide for you to make a financial positioning so that you can reap rewards in the early stage. But this is not the ideal situation. We'll get to the ideal in a little while. Then we have the 90-10 rules, but I'm just presenting to you some of the rules that exist in the world, that we're not reinventing anything, we're just modifying them so that they operate in our best favor. So you truly don't need a financial advisor. You should know exactly what your financial position is, and then you should be putting yourself in a state to reach your goal. You may need a coach to guide you on that journey, but you have to do the work independently or with your family members as a unit. But I am not going to be able to do the work for you. I'll just guide you so that you can do the work for yourself. The only time that you should be coming to me for guidance is after we have allowed you the opportunity to realize that you can actually make millions. When you have passed the bar of millionaire status, then I want you to reach out to me so that I can guide you as to how you actually keep that money and not allow the money to be taken away from you or go like the wind. But these are some simple guiding steps that can be taken in order for you to reach your financial goal. Another very important rule that many persons practice, many persons enjoy, is the 50-15-5 rule. And this rule, you realize it doesn't add up to 100%. This rule suggests that you should allocate 50% of your income towards necessities, 15% towards long-term savings and investment, and 5% towards saving for unexpected expenses. So 50, 15, and 5. We have 50 and 15, that is 65, plus 5, that is 70. So we have 30% that we can do with it that which we desire. So it all depends on which rule that you are going to be using. Now, in money analysis, in money allocation, we have the 10% rule. And this rule basically suggests to us that we should allocate the 10% of our money towards saving of our income for the long term financial goals, such as what we're going to do after we have cease from working, how we're going to maybe even make the payment for our home that we desire to live in. So 10% of your money should be allocated, or is suggested to be allocated, towards your long-term goals. And long-term basically speaks to anything exceeding 10 years. Short-term is 5 to 10 years. Anything above 10 years is long-term for this exercise. But when I think of long-term, I am actually thinking of 40, 50 years. So if you are in a position where you're young, you're vibrant, you can position yourself not for just this season, but for the season that is to come. So you are positioning your family's future. And that is where I want you to do, to be. And that is what I want you to do. But in order for you to be in a position where you can position your family's future, you have to come out of the scarcity mindset. You have to stop living from paycheck to paycheck. You have to be in a state of stability so that you can actually be comfortable to take risk. And in taking risk, strategic risk, calculated risk, we will position ourselves to gradually grow. I am not one who suggests the idea of getting rich quickly. If you want to get rich quickly, this is not the space for you. We're talking about 5 years to about 20 years, and within that time period, you should be a multi-millionaire. Within the first 5 years, you should be a regular millionaire. Within 20 years, you are a multi-millionaire, almost reaching billionaire status. If you just do the basic things that we are going to suggest, we have done this before, and it is possible for us to do it again. And in another sitting, I'm going to show you, we're going to start from zero. Just say that today is a day, the first day you're coming across this information. We're going to create an account, start from zero, and show you exactly how you can become a millionaire in 5 years. And that is just by playing it safe, not taking much risk, just playing it safe, protecting your family's wealth for the future that is to come. It doesn't matter if you're making $10,000 per year. It doesn't matter if you're making 100,000 or 500,000 or $1 million per year. These steps can be used in order to protect you in this season and also prepare you for the next season. The mistake that many people make is that they try to enjoy life to the fullest when they have nothing, which in some instances is commendable, that they are willing to take risk when they're young. But the idea that I want you to understand is when you're young, your youth is for you to learn as much as you can, move as fast as you can, get as much as you can, take as many risks as you can. And then when you reach into maturity in your 30s, then you start to scale back. When you reach in your 40s, you should be well established, especially if you're a man. When you reach into your 50s, you are thinking about all the investments that you would have made in your teens and in your 20s that are maturing. When you reach retirement in your 60s, your 70s, whether you're working or you're not working, everything should already be tabled. You can just live off what you would have invested in your 20s, in your 30s. So that's by the time you reach your 75, you are safe. You don't have to be depending on Medicaid, Medicare. You don't have to be depending on other persons to take care of you. And one thing I want you to understand is that it doesn't make any sense that you have a lot of money and you are still poor. When we say you have a lot of money and you're still poor, there is no real use of having a lot of money if you cannot enjoy it. So the problem that we are seeing is that many persons burn out themselves, make that money, but they never get the chance to enjoy it. Their health is compromised. They are crippled. They are shriveled. They can't move around freely. So what is the purpose of getting all this money if you can't enjoy it? What is the purpose of having all this currency but you can't enjoy it? Your family don't even know how to utilize it or just spend it. So these are things that I want you to know. I don't want you only to be wealthy financially. I want you to be healthy so that you can actually be wealthy overall. And I want your relationships to also reflect that. So, whatever your vocation is, wherever your mind is, these are the three focus areas that we are going to be targeting: your finances, your relationship, and your health. Because if we can combine all three, then you will be positioned to enjoy financial abundance, financial freedom, and whatever else you desire. So we are just putting things in place so that you can position yourself and determine if this is in your best interest, if this is in your family's best interest. Now, let us move into the rule of 15%. Yes, 15% rule is another allocation rule for money, and it just suggests to us that we should save 15% of our income for retirement. But you know how I feel about retirement already. The Bible never speaks about retiring. The Bible speaks about dying. The Bible speaks about the end of life, but the Bible never says that you should come to an age where you should stop working, stop contributing, and just be a dependent as you were when you were a child. The Bible never speaks about that. The Bible says that there are people who would experience poverty. The poor will always be among us. But when the Bible is speaking about the poor being among us, it means that those persons who are in ignorance, those persons who are in darkness, those persons who have not yet been illuminated, those are the poor people, and we are the light. We have the information. We should position ourselves as we can guide them into the marvelous light. But when it comes on to retirement, I don't think that any well thinking human being should live their life with the intention or the anticipation of one day just doing nothing. Because God instituted that we be here to occupy meaningfully until He comes. We may do scale back the amount of heavy work. We may use our minds more. We may guide people more. But retiring, stopping from working, is basically a recipe to set you up for that. Because if you are not contributing, then you're going to feel as though you are useless. Not that you're useless, but you're going to feel as though you're not adding value. And if you're not adding value, you're going to feel less than ideal. And in that situation, you are just going to say, hey, my time is up, even when your time is not up. So retirement is not a biblical concept. Retirement is a financial institution concept so that they can get your resources in your younger days while they drive their nice car, they live in those big houses. Guess who is paying for it? You. Oh, yes, you are the ones paying for it. Why not position yourself so that you can set up your own retirement plan? That way, if things go awry, it's your fault. You don't have people stealing your money. You are the one who will be a steward of that money. But if you are not willing to trust yourself enough to secure your retirement, then you're in a very difficult situation. Now, let us move to the 30-day rule. 30-day rule is another allocation of your savings. So basically, it's a 30-day rule, but it's basically a 30% rule. So whatever windfall that you may get, say you get a bonus, say you get your tax refund, say you get a gift, the idea is that you should secure 30% of that windfall that you would have received. You should save it for long-term financial planning. Yes, because this windfall may be a once in a lifetime, or it may comes only once per year. So just put yourself in position to receive it, to keep it, so that you can compound it. And at the end of the day, you can get the residual payments that it brings. Many people make the mistake of making a lot of money but having nothing to show for it. This is where the lifestyle creep comes in. I don't want you to fall a victim to lifestyle creep. The reason why lifestyle creep is so dangerous is because it makes you believe that you can do things that you are not yet positioned to be doing. So, many persons have different theories, different principles, different ideologies. That is their prerogative. What I want you to do is to position yourself in such a way that you don't have to check your bank account after you make a purchase. Not that you should not check your bank account, because every single dollar in your bank account needs to be working. And we are going to speak about why my bank balance is what it is, and why I keep it that way, and why my checking account is only for paying bills. So you're gonna have some insight into how you as a regular person can manage your money so that you don't have to fall a victim to being a majority marginalized as you live in this world. Now, you know that we always talk about real estate being the only estate that is actually real. And we really love and enjoy real estate. Whatever vocation you do, whatever investment opportunity, whether it is stocks, it is mutual fund, it is ETF, it is futures, it is commodities, whatever it is, foreign exchange, whatever it is, cryptocurrency, whatever it is, I want you to take some of those virtual money off the platforms and put it into real tangible things, because those platforms can shut down at any time, whether it's social media. If you make money from that, you need to take money off that social media. Don't keep it in your bank account. Put it in things that you can see. Put it in things that you can share with people, that you can enjoy. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can smell it, you can maybe not taste it because it's a property, right? But the idea exists there. So you want your money to become tangible. So if you need to buy a few gold bars, go and buy a few gold bars so that you can see the money in your hand. Having the money virtually is good, accessible, yes, but you are not in control of that money. You are just owed that money that you put in the bank. The money that you put in the bank that you worked for, allegedly, is not yours. It belongs to the bank. So they can decide who they're going to give that money to and who they are not going to give. So that is why sometimes we have currency traders or crypto traders having no opportunity to transfer money to certain exchanges, because they are saying, I don't really like what you're doing. I don't like your style. I don't like, and they say, hey, we're not going. So you have to position yourself how you want. And I want you to think about position yourself in such a way that you become your own bank eventually. So I know that we're going through a lot of things, but there are many money allocation rules that exist. I want you to position your mind so that when we are speaking about them, you are well equipped to making decisions which are in your favor. So, we're talking about real estate, and there is a 1% rule. Basically, this is the rule that guides and suggests that the monthly rent for a rental property should be at least 1% of the purchase of that property. All right, so you buy a property for 200,000. 1% of 200,000 indicates that the rent should be about $2,000. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. So if you have 1% rule being established, being instituted, being enacted within 100 years, you'd think that your money would double. But is that true? Not so. If we do the rules of 72, we have 1%, we have 72. So in 72 years, you would have bought another house. So the 1% rule is good so that you can stabilize and have an idea as to how your finances are going to determine profitability of that particular investment that you are engaged in. All right. So this rule is based on the idea that the rent of the property should cover the cost of owning and maintaining this property, including the mortgage payment, the property taxes, the insurance, and any necessary renovations that exist. The problem that many people face is that they buy a property, but they bought it for cheap. However, the taxes will drive them crazy. And when you're in those kind of areas that sell the property for cheap, but the taxes are almost crazy to the point where they are making more money than you are making if you rent your property, then you have to reassess the area that you are actually building in. Many persons make the mistake of going into gated communities. A gated community is basically a glorified housing prison facility, but many people don't even realize that it is a facility that locks you in. People may say, hey, I am safer, I understand the feeling, but is it really worth it? So some it may be worth it to be in a confined space where you have people watching over you, but for others, it is not worth it. So you have to decide where you want to put your money. But personally, I don't recommend gated community. I don't recommend community that has HOA, which is homeowners association. I don't recommend those community because the HOA, especially in the United States, have such authority that they can foreclose on your house that you have actually paid for. I don't play those games. Whatever I have access to, my family should be able to access, and the people that I care for should be able to access. I shouldn't be restricted to what I can do, when I can do what. So I stay away from those communities. So you have to know what your temperament is, what rules and restrictions you are willing to subject yourself to when you are moving into a new community. And I know that many persons like the convenience, but there is a price, a very high price for convenience. I have seen many of my friends, persons who I may have associated with, who have bought into these communities and have their properties taken away from them because of simple infractions, and most of them are away most of the time, so they don't know what is really happening. So if the grass grows too high, they start writing you, they start charging you, and you have to pay a monthly fee, which is ridiculous. So basically, if you have paid off for your house, you have your light and your water. If you use it, you pay that, excepting for the rental of the boxes. You still have a rent to pay to the HOA. That just doesn't make sense for a person who comes from a society where you are allowed to own whatever you have. So even as we move forward, we realize that they are taking away the ability to own things. And in taking away the ability to own things, many persons will be so dependent on the corporate structure in terms of the companies that are listed on the market, the stock market, to provide their housing needs. And then guess what's going to happen? They're going to start to fix rates and increase rental property value, which means that majority of your pay now will be going into rent because they control the market. So I want you to be in a position where you have enough money to make strategic and rational decision so that you can do what is in your best interest. It's not that we're trying to scare you, it's just that we're trying to present to you some ideas that you can use as is necessary so that you can enjoy a full life. And real estate is a very good investment, especially if you know what you're doing. Some persons say buy, borrow, and die. I am not really into that realm. I don't believe that you should subject your tenants to a situation where you don't own the property, the bank can foreclose on that property and take it away from your tenants. I know the idea of investing exists, but even if you start out that way, I don't think it should be a long-term play where you're constantly refinancing, you're constantly making the bank money and having other persons paying for that luxury that you are enjoying. But that is where strategic positioning comes into play, because most of my associates, they are engaged in multi-million-dollar real estate dealings, and they are very profitable in what they do. And it started with just the first property, and from the first property they got not what they got double. Then they move on to doubling again, and then exponentially. They have 100 doors. Some have 500 doors. Some have over 1,000 doors. So you have to just know where you are. You have to start at the right time. You have to get yourself educated so that you can make a strategic decision, not for yourself. Because after you reach a certain amount of money, you realize that money is okay. The money that you have, you can actually live on, you can survive, you can live an exceptional life. The money that you have will no longer be the driving factor. It will now be your passion, it will now be your purpose. So you have to decide how you want to position yourself. And I hope that you're thinking about positioning yourself so that you are not only rich but also wealthy. Your relationships are structurally sound. Your health is solid, which means that you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. Now, let us move to the 2% rule. 2% rule is a guideline that suggests that the total monthly carrying cost of a rental property should not exceed 2% of the purchase price of the property. The carrying costs of the property include the expenses of the mortgage payments, the property taxes, and anything necessary for renovation, remodeling, etc. The 2% is based on the idea that the carrying cost for the rental property should be manageable and not exceed a significant portion of the property value. By keeping the carrying cost at or below 2%, you may be able to generate a what we call cash flow, but not just a cash flow, a positive cash flow. Because if you have a property for 200,000, but to maintain the property, it is costing you 2%, which is 4,000, because 200,000 at 1% is 2,000. So 1% times plus 1%, that gives you 2%. So that's $4,000. So remember, we want to rent the property at least at 1%. So now the rent is going to be not anymore at 1% if we have bills excess of 2%. And this is where the challenge comes in and the balance has to be reached. So you have the property rented at 2,000, but the expenses are 4,000. What happens is that 2,000 minus 4,000 leave you with minus 2,000. So now this property has a negative cash flow over 12 months. That 2,000 leads you into a negative 24,000 out of your pocket deficit, and that is not a good position to be financially. So you have to weigh the balance and ensure that you make money in the purchase. The purchase of something is actually where you make the most money. If you buy wrong, then there's no real sense in holding on to a negative cash flow asset indefinitely, because you're losing money. It is taking money from somewhere else. You want all your assets that you hold to be neutral at the least, or generate a positive cash flow. So we have the 1% rule, that we're going to rent for at least 1% of the property value. The 2% rule, that tells us that, hey, the carrying cost of the property should not exceed 2%. So if you're renting for 1% and 2% is the carrying cost, then you're in negative cash flow already. Now we have the 3% rule. It is a guided that the carrying cost of the property and payments or property taxes and all this kind of stuff should not exceed 3% of the property's rental income. So whatever it is that you actually get, the carrying cost should not exceed 3% of that rental income. The 3% rule is based on the idea that the carrying cost of the rental property should be manageable and not exceed a significant portion of the property's rental income. By keeping the carrying costs at or below 3%, you may be able to generate a positive cash flow from the property. So let us go to an example. For example, if a rental property generates $1,000 in monthly rental income, the 3% rule suggests that the total monthly carrying costs, including taxes, including maintenance, all this kind of stuff, should not exceed 3% of the $1,000, which is $30. So the 3% rule is intended to be a general guideline rather than a hard and fast rule. It assumes that the property is in good condition and the market value is reasonable, so that you can get your money's worth from the property. So this rule is very important for us to understand. But it does not stop there. There are other rules that we'll go through in the future. Now, let us move into retirement. I know that many persons know that I am not a fan of retirement, but there is a rule that I want you to remember, and this is the 4% rule. Basically, this rule indicates that you can withdraw 4% of your saving each year without running out of money. Yes, this rule is based on the idea that withdrawing a fixed percentage of your saving each year, you can balance the needs for income within a reasonable measure so that you can live comfortably. So, if you have saved up $500,000 for retirement, 4% rule suggests that you can withdraw $20,000 per year without running out of money. And when we are saying that, we're talking about having the rest of the principal being reinvested, compounding at about 10%, so that there is an adjustment for inflation. If that is happening, then technically you should not run out of money, but the markets doesn't always go up. The markets sometimes have downside. So you have to position yourself with an excess so that you can safeguard against that. So if that is the case, then you are in a good position. All right. Now, there is another money allocation rule, which is a 3-30-10 rule. And this money management rule suggests that you should allocate your income in the following way. So 3% for a down payment on a house. Yes. This includes down payment on a home, which is typically one of the largest purchases that an individual will make. And many persons don't understand that buying a house is not just buying a house. Buying a house is one of the biggest liabilities that you may take on to yourself. Many persons think that a house is an asset. A house only becomes an asset if it's generating a positive cash flow. If you have a rental property that generates positive cash flow, that there is an asset. Once something is taking money out of your pocket, that is not an asset, that is a liability. So if you're paying rent, if you're paying mortgage, if you're paying all these kind of things, utility bill, if you're paying to just live in that house is not an asset. That house is a liability. But it is a start. What I would suggest is that you think about having a duplex in which you have two sides at least, one to the right, one to the left, and then you share in that space. And in sharing that space, you reduce your expenses. And if you have a quadplex, then maybe you can rent a tree and live in one, and then now you'll be in a better position. You may have a positive cash flow. So this is something that I want you to think about. So the 3-30-10 rule indicates that 3% of your payment of your income should be paid towards one of the biggest financial investments or liabilities that you'll take on, which is purchasing a home. 30% ongoing house expenses, and 10% towards ongoing maintenance. These include spent money spent on painting, landscaping, and replacing appliances. So the 3-30-10 rule is meant to be a guideline for managing your housing expenses and can help you to determine how much you need to save for the down payment and associated costs. It is important to remember that it is just a general guideline and it is not hard and fast. If you want to avoid all of these rules, what I suggest to you is to put yourself in a financial position where you don't have to take a loan to buy your home. If you're in a debt-based society, you may have some offers on the table, and when we go into the amortization calculation, you'll realize how many homes you're actually buying the bank before you pay off for your home. And in some instances, it is in excess of 15. Yes, those 30-year mortgages are actually killers. So if you can get into a 30-year mortgage, it means that you have a level of reliability to a degree. So if you can be reliable for the bank to be extending 30 years, why not extend that same reliability, that same confidence a bank has in you, so that you can get the best from that reliability positioning, in that you are so reliable and the bank think that 30 years they can get the money out of you and they can get probably 15 more houses out of you. Why not just hold fast, hold strain, and save up, so that you can don't only have the down payment, you can buy the house outright? And I'm gonna say yes, many persons that I know actually buy their house outright. Taking a loan is not a common practice in the Caribbean. If we can't buy the house outright, we'll buy the land and put a shack on it. And then over time, 10, 20 years, we build the house that we desire. So that is how the culture is designed. But in the modern society, in the Western world, many persons take out this mortgage, buy these luxurious homes that they cannot afford or they're not in a position yet to stably afford, and the interest is front loaded. So they are paying interest before they are paying the principal, and then they find themselves 30 years later, I still have not yet completed the payment for the house. Oh, you forgot you refinance. And when you refinance, that there is a big scam. Refinancing. After the bank would have gotten as let's say 70% of the interest, they want to refinance, because when they refinance, what happens is that it starts over. You may get a lower rate, but it still starts over. So all those fees, the bank is just eating money two times. So they make money on the front end when they give you the loan, because they have the processing fee, the origination fee. They make money during the process because you have to pay them first, the interest. They make money during the process as well, when you have to get updates, you have to clear balances, you have late payments. They make money on the back end when you have to clear your loan, in that when you are clearing your loan, you are not just clearing the loan, you're also clearing other obligations that you have. So they make money from the start, in the middle, and at the end. And by the time you finish paying for your house, guess what? It's time to buy another. So the cycle continues. So if you are in this trap, you will be in there for eternity, if you are not willing to realize that this is not how the Lord desired for you to live. Have you ever wondered, if God created everything and He gave it to us, why should we have to pay for it? Why should you be restricted to going to a particular place, traveling to a certain destination, requiring entry into certain territory? Do you think that something is wrong with that dynamics? If not, that's okay. If yes, continue to think, and maybe one day you can give me some clarity and some answers. So let us run through some quick other allocations, some quick allocations that can be used. So save about 10% of your income for long-term financial goals. I want you to do this. I want you to save 10 to 15% if you believe in retirement, for retirement. I want you to save 10% at least for your retirement. Just as how you can give the church 10% in tithings, you should be able to give yourself at least 10%. All right? So you're going to follow the 50-30-20 money allocation rule as much as possible. If you cannot follow that rule, then you can follow other rules based on where you are currently financially. I don't want you to fall in the trap of having extravagant interest payments in which you are sacrificing the interest payments and putting yourself in a compromised position. I don't want you to be in that situation. So what I want you to do is to consider paying off high interest debts. You can use the debt snowball, so you pay the smallest and you carry it up, 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 up. But the way that I advise men to do it, because men are less emotional and more critical in their thinking, they would use the avalanche method, because when we look at the paper, we are looking at numbers. We don't care about how we feel. Females are more emotional, so a snowball effect would be better for them because they feel that they're accomplishing a little here, a little there over time. So based on understanding that dynamics, I recommend females use the snowball method, but men who don't concern about emotion and who can stick through it, then you can use avalanche. So basically you're going to find the highest interest rate, whether it's the highest bill that you have, you clean that off. The excess that you have from that, you throw it in to the other that is lower, and you lower it and you clear them off until you have zero. We're going to go exactly how we're going to do that. The snowball method is you do the smallest payment that you have, you clear that off, and then you go up. So it doesn't matter the interest rate. But in the avalanche, the interest rate is important. All right. So this is how you can tackle it. So always remember, save at least 30% of your windfall. So this is a 30-day principle. Save 30% of your windfall. Save 25% of your income, or let's say about 25% of your income on the down payment of a house, at least 25%. So I want you to also consider having an emergency fund. An emergency fund is basically 3 to 6 months worth of funds that you have just peradventure something happens. So this is 3 to 6 months liquid funds that you have, not in the stock market, not in any real estate deal, not tied up in any retirement plan. This is what you have liquid. All right. I want you to have liquid money. Yes, even though we don't utilize the banking facilities as a store of our financial value, we use the banking facility as a transaction vehicle to have funds flowing in and have funds flowing out. All right. So have your emergency fund stored up. If you want to go on vacation, buy a new car, you need to start saving for that. Don't wait until the time when you're going on vacation that you think about the payment for the vacation. Do not put any vacation on any credit card. That there is ludicrous. A vacation does not generate cash flow. A vacation takes out money from your pocket. If you can't afford to go on a vacation by paying cash, do not go on a vacation. You do not yet qualify to go on that vacation that you want to go. If you want to go on a vacation, take a hike, go on a bicycle ride, do something that does not cost a arm and a leg and puts you in a compromising position. Save at least 5% of your income for luxury indulgence. And if you're not making luxury money, then I don't think you should be wearing luxury items. All right? Think about the snowball effect. Think about the debt avalanche effect. If you have children, put 15% aside towards your child's education. For wedding, you should not be spending an exorbitant amount on weddings, because a wedding ceremony, who are you? Are you an entertainer? So you are paying for entertaining other persons. If persons are coming to your wedding, why shouldn't they be the ones to pay to see you entertain them if you are the entertainer? I want you to think about it from that perspective. But every family, every structure is different. You know, you have traditional wedding and all this kind of stuff. But you have marriage under contract and marriage under covenant. It has been scientifically proven that the more expensive a wedding is, the less likely for the wedding to survive. So I don't know what is the cause and what's the correlation, but I don't concern myself with that. But what I want to say to you is put yourself in a proper financial position where you don't have to look at the check. You don't have to look at the tab, but you're still going to look at it. All right. But you don't have to look at it. Because the reason why you're going to look at it is because you have to be accountable for every single dollar. You don't want anyone to shaft you, knowing that you have worked so hard to be where you are. I want you to think about also investing in a business. No matter what I share with you, you will never become rich, you'll never become wealthy just working for an individual or a company. The company will only pay you enough to do the work based on the market rate and not necessarily based on your actual value and work. So you have to remember that. So you need to have a business. Yes, you can work for other people. We are not saying I like working for other people. I work independently, yes, but I like working for other people. I like having that interaction. So when you are positioned in a way that you have a business, you are not totally dependent on one source of income. Your business may fail, yes. That is why you have the backup plan, which is the W2, the 9 to 5. And in some instances, it's not really a backup plan, but you just enjoy doing what you're doing. And we understand that, and that is totally fine. The people you work with, they enjoy sharing in the vocation that you're sharing in. So some persons actually work as a voluntary exercise in that they don't have to work, because a lot of my friends who actually work, they don't have to work, they just work as a voluntary exercise that they can be among people who are regular, if you understand what I'm saying. So you have to just think about it from a logical perspective. They have their businesses, but they still go to a job that is not even paying them that much just because they want the human interaction. So having a lot of money and having no one to share it with is going to be a big problem. So you have to prepare people that you can have in your space to share in the blessings that God has given to you. And I know that many persons like to share, and that is where charity comes in. So you have to think about how much money you'll be allocating to charity. About 10% can be allocated to charity. Much money you want to allocate to a new property, maybe 10% or 20%. So you have to just balance this out based on where you are, understanding the whole gamut of things that are available to you, and then you can make decisions which are in line with your mental objectives. Because remember, your objectives, your desires for your future will be different from my desires for my future. And even if you have a family, each individual in the family may have different desires, different objectives, different obligations. So you have to know, say to yourself, what is in the best interest for me, for my family? And then you move forward based on that. I hope that this sitting was indeed a blessing to you. I surely hope that God's wisdom would have showered down upon you, and your eyes have been opened to steps and measures that you can take so that you don't have to live as the majority, which is in a state of mediocrity. I hope that you are so enlightened that you are now ready to put things on paper so that you can be strategically positioned to enjoy the thriving that God desired for you to have. He says that you are to dominate. Yes, you should have dominion, and that is exactly what you should do. Until we meet again, blessings. In 1988, there was a study that was done by David P. Phillips and Gwendolyn E. King. It says that death takes a holiday, mortality surrounding major social occurrence. And this was in the Journal of the American Medical Association. This indicated that on Mondays is the day that many persons tend to die. Yes, and guess what time they die? At 8 o'clock. So could it be that going to work at 8 o'clock on Monday is not healthy for you? That is something that you will need to decide for yourself. The notion is significant that the number of people who die on Monday, particularly around 8 o'clock, stems from various studies examining mortality rate and the timing of the death. What we should understand is that this study was somehow replicated and tracked up to 2023, and it was determined by another study in British Cardiovascular Society conference in 2023. It found that the most severe type of heart attack, known as ST segment evaluation myocardial infarction, STEMI, is more likely to occur on a Monday. Yes, the research was analyzed for over 10,000 patients in Ireland between 2013 through 2018, and they observed that the incidence of STEMI was highest on Monday, followed by Sunday. So can you imagine? On Sunday, people are thinking about Monday, and on Monday is when things get out of control. So these are some things for you to consider on your financial journey. Do you want to have the ability to decide that, hey, I'm not going to work on Mondays because it's not good for my health? And I think that every individual should be in a position where they can make that choice without adverse consequences, or without being positioned in such a way that they feel as though they are missing out on earning potential. And as such, we have to position ourselves, and in doing that, we have to understand where it is on the spectrum that we are. So, as we continue on this journey, I want to present to you different levels of financial state. And depending on which level of the financial ladder you are on, then you'll be in a position to understand why things are the way they are. So, there are 10 levels that you need to know before you actually experience the financial abundance. Level 1, financial dependency. Level 2, financial solvency. Level 3, financial stability. Level 4, debt freedom. Level 5, coasting financially. Level 6, financial security. Level 7, financial flexibility. Level 8, financial independence. Level 9, financial freedom. And level 10, financial abundance. And this is where I want you to gear your mind to be. We're going to go through these levels so that you can observe where you are as an individual to determine how you can move from point A to point B. Join us on this journey together. So, financial dependency. When we think of financial dependency, the first idea is dependent. And being dependent means that someone is taking care of you. So, in this state, financial dependency, or financially dependent, debt payment and other income are greater than your own income, which means that someone actually is taking care of you. Normally, someone needs to help you to pay your bills, to put food on the table, clothe you, take care of your health care, pay for insurance, whatever it is, someone is taking care of you. And all of us have gone through this phase. This is the first phase that every individual, no matter how rich you become, everyone had to start from this phase. Think about it. When you were a baby, you didn't concern where you're getting your next meal, when you're going to put on clothes, where you're going to sleep, all these things. These things didn't factor in your mind as a child, as a baby growing up. But as you get older, then the ramifications of existing took precedence in your mind, and then you realize that you have to do certain things in order to achieve certain objective. So this area of financial dependent is where a lot of female gets in trouble because they seek after the sugar daddy. Yes, 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 the sugar daddy. And I know that it is enticing for the females to seek after sugar daddies because they have a father who was taking care of them, and they sometimes fail to matriculate to move out of the phase of dependent. So they always want someone to take care of them. But the males also fall in the trap when they want to remain in the state of financial dependent, in the fact that they choose to find a geriatric or a Kruger, whatever they want to call it. Yes, this is a phase that everyone experiences, but you don't have to experience it like that. The only time I want you to have experienced this phase of financial dependence is when you were a child. And after you have grown out of a childhood phase, I want you to start doing adult things, which means that you're ready to move into stage two, financial solvent. And when we talk about being financially solvent, we are basically indicating that this is the stage in which you have gained some form of employment or deployment. You are in a position where you can manage your debt, which we speak against, so you can manage your affairs adequately. You are current on all your debt payment. You can meet your living expenses, and you have the ability to meet other financial commitment without any outside help. So when you're in this stage, you are in a better position than being a financial dependent. So let us recap. In the stage of the financially solvent, you are able to meet your basic financial obligation without relying on external help. You can cover your essential expenses and or work towards stabilizing your financial situation. And this is a stage where you should aspire to be if you are in the state of financial dependent. So you're moving from zero and now you have a salary. Now, after you have become comfortable in this stage, which we don't want you to stay in for very long, we need you to move over into stage three, which is financially stable. Many persons don't even understand that they can become financially stable. They don't have to be living paycheck to paycheck. So when you're in a state of financial solvency, you are actually living paycheck to paycheck. You don't have the latitude of any errors, any mistakes taking place because of how your capital has been allocated. You have enough money coming in to go back out. All right. So you need some sense of stability. So in phase three, financial stability, at this stage, you have established a reliable income source, income stream, and can manage your expenses comfortably. You have some savings for emergencies and are less likely to experience financial stress. And when we are not able to cover our emergencies, we become stressed. It is natural for human beings to become stressed when they have to think about, hey, I am now going to have to call back my parents. I am going to have to go to that boyfriend, that girlfriend, just because I am in a state or I am in a compromised state. And when you put yourself in a compromised state or you go into a compromised state, then people tend to take advantage of your disadvantaged situation. So you have to position yourself to the degree that you are not setting yourself up to be taken advantage of in the disadvantaged state that you are in. All right. And then after you become financially stable, you have that stable income, that reliable income, then you have to move out of the debt that you may have incurred. So let us consider this stage, stage 4, to be debt freedom. And when we talk about debt freedom, you may be saying, but if you weren't taking on debt, how could you now be in a state where you are in a position where you have debt? Well, debt tends to creep when you are in a less than independent state and there is dependency. You want to help out, you want to help yourself. So, in order to get to the state of freedom, you may take on some debt to pay for your current needs. You may even take on some debt to get a degree that you may never use just because society tells you to get that degree. You may take on debt to buy a car that you really had no business buying because you cannot actually afford it. You may take on debt to live in a mansion, a house that it was not time, it was not the right season for you to take on that uh, liability, which in your mind you have been conditioned to think that it is an asset. But if you want something to be an asset, it has to be generating money and it has to be giving you positive cash flow. If it is taking money out of your pocket, it is a liability. So don't fall for the traps. So you need to move into debt freedom. And when we talk about debt freedom, in short, it is achieving debt clarity and debt payment and debt notification. So it's achieving debt nullification. Basically, you're going to take all your high interest and non-mortgage debt and you're going to try to pay them off. So you can use a debt snowball method, the debt avalanche method, or you can dump your bonus money on paying off those debt. But once you get rid of all those debts, then you can say, I am in a debt-free state. But some persons consider to be debt-free even when they have their student loan still and they still have their mortgage payment. But this is not a true state of debt freedom. But sometimes the cost of holding those debts is better than the cost of giving them up or to pay them off. All right, so depend on where you are on your financial journey, you can decide what is in your best interest. So after you have completed the debt freedom phase or the partial debt freedom, you can move on to financial coasting. And when we move to financial coasting, you can step down from your job, which may be paying you 500,000, 100,000, whatever job that it is that you have. You can step down, step away from it, and move into something that is less stressful, that provides you with a more comfortable and suitable life. So you have more time for your family, you have more time to enjoy life, and you have more time to just embrace your reality. All right. So this level involves having enough savings and investments that can afford you to take a break from work for an extended period of time. You are not financially independent yet, but you have enough buffer. And when we say take a break from work, we're not talking about taking a vacation, a 2 weeks vacation. We're talking about an extended vacation. You may take a year off or 2 years off. You know, like when you're going to college or before you go to college, you take a year off, or you may take a gap year. Or when you're in college, you take a year to do international studies. It's something similar to that. But this is on your financial journey. You have amassed so much buffer that you can have the luxury of exploring. Now, after we have passed and transitioned through the financially coasting period, we have to move into financial security because we can't just think about ourselves. We have to think about other persons who depend upon us. And in thinking about this, we have to move into financial security. And at this point, you have enough assets and savings to cover your basic needs for any unforeseen or unfavorable future events. You can handle unexpected expenses without a major financial setback. So you're basically financially secure. You have enough money to keep the wheels going, to keep the lights on. You have enough buffer. You can take time off if something should happen. You can still find your way. All right, so that is step 6. Step 7 is financial flexibility. Here is where many people fail to reach. You need to be flexible. Here you have enough money to make choices about your lifestyle. You can afford some luxury items and are able to make a career or life decision without being solely driven by the financial necessity. So you can now buy whatever brand that you desire to buy that you wouldn't have bought before, not necessarily because you need it, but just because you want it. It's just because you have the money, you just have to find something to do with the money. So you're flexible. But if you have come this far, you would realize that the things that money can buy, as you reach to this season, you'll realize that you probably even don't even desire it. Because most persons, by the time they reach financial flexibility, they're scaling back, they're scaling down. Because the more things you have, actually, the more challenges you have to deal with, the more complications, the more things you have to fix. So most persons, when wisdom kicks in, and they would have come to the realization of means, and they would have come to this juncture of their life. They realize that they don't want any name brand, they don't want any problems, they don't want anything to carry attention to them. They want to be as incognito as is possible, because the more people know that you have money, the more people tend to find you. The more people tend to find you, the more captive you become, because the less freedom you have, because everybody just wants something from you. And most people, you will realize, they'll always ask you for money. They will never ask you to teach them how to make the money. How did you achieve what you achieved? They have never thought to themselves that, hey, why am I asking this brother for money ever so often? Why don't I ask him to teach me how to make this money myself? That way I don't have to depend on him. But some persons, they'll just continue to ask you for money. They'll continue to ask you for your resources. They will try not to contribute anything of value or substance, but they'll still want the benefits of your time. So you have to know how you're going to displace your energy and who you're going to share time with. Because at this stage, your time becomes way valuable. But that is not even the icing on the cake. When we move to level 8, you have financial independence. And this is where I want a lot of persons to actually reach. Financial independence means your investment and passive income sources generate enough money to cover your living expenses without the need to work. You have the freedom to choose how to spend your time. So, this is what many persons on the social media advertise, but they are not there yet. And I'm going to show you. So, when you're in a financial independent state, you don't have to go to work. You choose to go to work to volunteer your time, because what they're paying you when you go to work, it is basically a stipend of volunteering based on your actual work. It's like a drop in the bucket. It's not adding that greater value to you anymore based on the fact that you have compounded so much. All right? So you can spend time doing what you want. You can move from places to places, go to different countries, and that is where passive income comes into play. Passive income is basically income that is not totally non-active. It's just that the income has been preset so that over time it generates. It doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. You still have to do things, monitor, do upkeep, do recalibration, restabilization, restructure, refoundation, whatever it is, you have to maintain. All right, but this is a source that can generate money even while you are not present. So like, you have a book that is being sold on the market, in the marketplace, you can get royalties from that book. You have a course that you may be selling, you can get royalties from that. You can get that income. You have actual gears that you sell, you own a business, you can get a source of income from that, which will fund your lifestyle. You have rental properties that you own, you can turn those into bed and breakfast opportunities. You can share your space with other people, and you can get a source of income from that, which will cover your actual lifestyle. So that way, you're getting money in from different sources, and that is covering your daily living and expenses for you and your family. So you don't have to actually go out and exchange time for money, because you have a system already in place. All right. So even though this sounds exciting, there is another stage that I want you to be mindful of, and that is financial abundance. Yes, financial abundance. Financial abundance is the place that many persons only hear about, some persons dream about, but many persons never reach. So the financial abundance state is a state in which your cash flow from your investment are more than you'll ever need, even with the depreciation and the market reaching probably all-time lows. If the market even drops 70%, guess what? You still have financial freedom. This differs for each individual because it's based on how much money you currently have, how much money you will need. In some instances, we could say that this is 5 times your financial freedom number. This is more money than you'll ever need in this lifetime. You could spend it, but to spend the money, you will have to actually do work to spend the amount of money that you have. But that will take some time, some coordination. As you can see, many persons who are in the state of financial abundance, they have their charity, they have their foundations, which they have people employed to help them to spend the money. And that there is a state of financial abundance. So the three major stages that you need to consider reaching are the stages of financial flexibility, where you can do majority of the things that you could only perceive doing while you were on that job. So achieving 12.5 times your annual expenses saved. So you'll have 12 years saved in the bank, basically liquid, not in a savings account, maybe in an investment account which produces a higher rate of return than the high yield saving account, just for those persons who did not know. So the banks may give you 4.5%. If you have that money sitting in your Fidelity account, you can get 5 point whatever the market is going for when the banks are giving you 4 point. If you put your money in some treasury bonds, which are relatively low risk, safe, depending on what the market is going for, you can get even more than the bank is giving, because that is basically what the banks do. They put your money in treasuries, they take the top cut and give you the bottom half, right? So the next stage that I want you to also consider is financial independence. Financial independence is when you have 25 times your annual expenses saved up. All right. And then financial freedom. Financial freedom. Yes. Cash flow from all your investments are greater than your financial independence state, while provision is made for indulgence in all manner of niceties that many persons will only think about and dream about. But because you're putting plans in place, you can actually reach a financial freedom state. And then financial abundance. This is a stage that every individual should actually reach. In psychology, they would probably call this phase the stage of self actualization. But I know that some persons really and truly don't want to bother reaching this stage. Most persons get stuck in the debt freedom stage. They just become debt free and they have zero. So basically, they are still a financial dependent, or maybe even a financial solvent. They're still living paycheck to paycheck, even though they're debt free. So at least the worst case scenario, you should try to reach a stage of financial security, which is stage 6. Then you can take it from there. All right. So these are just some things that I want you to bear in mind so that you can position yourself and your family for a better future. I'm going to give you a calculation as to how you can achieve all of this, and so you can plug your numbers in and know exactly how much money based on what you are earning currently you will actually need. Because I am a numbers guy, and numbers make more sense to me than actually reading things or seeing things that are not explained thoroughly. So I am going to get that number and let you know when, where, and how to get that which you need. So let us consider, before we move forward, some strategies to achieving financial abundance. How can we go about achieving financial abundance? We're going to have to structure things so that we can enjoy the financial abundance. First thing first, we need to start knowing our numbers. We have to be able to position ourselves in such a way that we know our numbers. Let me see what my numbers are. All right, beautiful. So I know my numbers. You need to know your numbers. Each person have a different framework. Each person is starting from a different place. So I want you to go into your accounts, check how much income you have, check how much expenses you have, because you have to create a budget. That's number one. In order to achieve financial abundance, you have to do at least these 7 things. One, create a budget and expense tracking system. So you're going to maintain a detailed budget of regular expenses and irregular ones, and you're going to track all of this for now and for the future. Next, you're going to create an emergency fund. So you know where you are, you know your money coming in, you know your money going out. You need to have a backup, a cushion. All right. Then this is like 3 to 6 months of living expenses to protect you against unforeseen financial setback. Then you need to go into debt management. So you're going to have to get rid of your debt because the debts are holding many persons hostage. So you're going to prioritize paying off those with high interest first to avoid the accumulation of new debt. All right, because I know that some persons pay off the debt and then take another credit card, pay off the debt and then take on another debt on. That doesn't make any sense because that is winning and losing at the same time. Then you have to move into investing. Saving is not going to get you where you need to go. Investment is the way. Investing in diverse growth opportunity. Saving your money in the bank, that is not working because the bank is working your money, giving you residual, which is pittance, and then they are making the profits. So you have to find out how you're going to invest your money to make the best for you. You have to go into stocks, bond, real estate, futures, whatever commodities, assets, forex, whatever it is that you need to do. You need to get your money set up so that you can make money outside of putting your money in the bank. The lazy way is not going to be working, especially when you're building. You have to have income growers. So you need income growth. So you have to continually seek opportunities to increase your income, because if you need more income in order to move forward, so you can reach where you need to go faster. But you have to also realize that you need to start a business. A business is one of the best things that any individual can do, can start, because the taxes for business are different. You get to clear your expenses before you pay the taxes. All right. But when you are individual and you get a W-2, you are employed, you have to pay your taxes, then you clear your expenses. So when you work the maths out, you realize that you are in a better position when you have a business, and you can set prices and you can have more power and control. You need to get financially educated. So you have to stay informed about personal finances and investment strategies. You have to, whatever it takes, read the books, take the courses, seek advice from financial advisors who actually know what they're talking about, not financial advisor who don't have the fruits to show you. If the financial advisor can't show you the $50 million in their bank account, I am not sure why you'll be taking advice from a financial advisor who doesn't have the money that you are looking to get into your account. Does it make sense? Well, to you, it may make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense. Now we have to go into long-term planning. So we're going to have set short-term goals, yes, but we're going to have long-term goals. So we're going to thinking about 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the line. So you have to decide how you want your life to turn out. And if you want your life to be better, then you'll have to position yourself in this, guys. So let us go through them again. The strategies for achieving financial abundance. 1, budgeting and expense tracking. 2, emergency fund. 3, debt management. 4, investment. 5, income growth. 6, financial education. 7, long-term planning and strategy. I hope this information was meaningful and beneficial to you. It is a hope that you will use it and your life will be better and not bitter. When next we meet again, we will go a little deeper into how do we calculate the different stage on the financial ladder, from financial dependency all the way to financial abundance. And I hope that you will come with your pens and paper. And don't worry, it is simple maths. Once you can count to 10, then you are in the right place. And if you can't count to 10, I'll help you to count to 10. Until then, be blessed. Get this conversation going. Let us turn to our devotional, which comes to us from Proverbs 18, verses 16 and 17, and even maybe 18. So the Word of God presents to us, it says, a man's gift maketh room for him, and bringeth him before great men. He that is first in his own cause seemingly just, but his neighbor cometh and searcheth him. The lot causeth contention to cease, and peretteth between the mighty. So that there is the King James version of the Word of God. But let us look at what the NIV says to us. So if we look at the NIV, it says in the same passage, Proverbs 18 verses 16 through 18 says, a gift opens a door and helps the giver meet important people. That's true. In court, the first one to speak seems right. Then someone else comes forward and questions him. Casting lots will put a stop to arguing. It will keep the strongest enemies apart. So this is just giving us some guidance. But the passage that I want us to focus intently on is Proverbs 18 and verse 16. It says, a gift opens a door and helps the giver meet important people. How many important people do you have that you need to meet that you have not yet met? It is your gift that will take you there. And in understanding your gift, it will allow you an opportunity to acquire wealth, acquire riches, so that you can be positioned to share it with those you come in contact with. But many people fail to realize that they have been given a gift. And because they don't understand that they have a gift, they put the gift on a shelf. And in putting the gift on a shelf, they basically restricts God's ability to bless them. So what I want you to understand is that each individual listening at this time, whether you're watching, even in those situations, you have a gift. How you use the gift is dependent upon you. What I want you to do is to consider what time, what purpose God has placed into you for your gift to be made manifest. I don't want you to just say, hey, I have been disadvantaged and there's nothing that I can do. I came from the wrong side of the town. That doesn't really matter. The gift that God has is already within you. A teacher doesn't really teach you to do anything. A teacher just allows you to realize that you could have done that which was already within you. When a baby is birthed, we realize that we don't have to teach a baby how to breathe. We don't have to teach a baby how to beat his heart. We don't have to teach a baby how to eat. The baby figures all of this out because all of that was embedded in the DNA of the child. So too the gifts. You'll realize that some children have affinity towards certain talents, towards certain gifting, towards certain protocols, towards certain behavior. That there is the gift that was specially designed and created within them. So each individual has to come to the realization that there is a gift within you. On this journey to becoming wealthy, to be making even your first million, you have to realize that it is your gift that will make you your first million. But making the money is one thing, keeping it, maintaining it, preserving it, distributing it, and using it to bring honor and glory to God, that is where the hard part comes in. So, we had discussed previously about the different levels of financial steps. We had one, financial independency, financial solvency. Number two, number three, financial stability. Then number four, we had debt freedom. Then we had coasting at number five. Number six, financial security. Number seven, financial flexibility. Number eight, financial independence. Number nine, financial freedom. And yes, number 10, financial abundance. And that is a place that we aim and we strive to be. So every individual needs to know how are they going to reach to financial abundance. If you don't know where you are, you cannot know how to get where you need to be. And in our next sitting, we're going to be discussing in parts or in brief how much money do you really need at these different levels in order to move into the next level. But today I want us to go on a different tangent. It's still around money, it's still around finances, it's still around your personal development. Where I want us to take our mind's eye is on the different types of millionaires. Not only different types of millionaires, it's why you should become a millionaire, especially being a person of God or claiming to be a person of God. How can you become a millionaire is a question that many persons ask. But before we get into how you become a millionaire, I want you to realize something. Depending on how much income you're generating, it tells us where on the ladder on that journey you are. So, wealth levels are classified based on your network. And we understand your network. Your network is basically when we can say take all your assets minus all your liabilities, and whatever is left, that there is your net worth. So when we classify that into several categories, depend on context and depend on the specific definition that is used, we can do a general classification. This may surprise you. If you have a network less than $100,000, so you have $0, you have negative money up to $100,000, it is classified that you are in the low net worth. And in some realms, you don't even exist. This group typically includes individuals who may have limited assets and savings and might carry significant debt. So, debt is something that has been holding many people back from reaching their financial goal. And the first thing that I want you to consider on your financial journey is to get rid of debt. Debt is not benefiting you if you are the borrower. The borrower will always be a slave to the lender, a servant to the lender, whichever one you want to call it. That is what the borrower will always be. So that is level one, low income. You have less than $100,000. That is a low income level. Yes. Then we move into level two. Level two is considered the mass affluent. That is when you have a network of maybe $100,001 up to $1 million. This is where I want you to actually try or strive to reach the $1 million network. And we're going to give you this free resource here on the Dr. Kareem Ainsley encounter so that you can position yourself to be a millionaire. Being a millionaire is difficult if your mind is not properly aligned or calibrated. You'll continue working for the rest of your life and never see the fruits of your labor. We don't want that to happen to you. So, individuals in this mass affluent category are individuals who may have accumulated some wealth but are not yet considered high net worth. So, yes, you heard that right. If you have less than $1 million, you are not really in the high net worth category. And you may be saying, but $1 million is a lot of money. Yes, it's a lot of money when you don't have it. When you have $1 million, you realize how little that is, how that is not even able to stretch to do what God has gifted you to do, to reach the people that needs to be reached. And that is why even the wealthy people set up foundations so they can get more money to fund their vision, their ideas. So you have to decide where on the spectrum you want to be. So at this level, these people who are mass affluent, they may be classified in the middle income families or successful professionals. So yes, if you are a professional, whether you're a plumber, yes, a plumber is a professional. Carpenters are well-paid individuals. A doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, those persons can reach to $1 million in net worth. But usually if they take the traditional route, it will take them almost until they are 65, which they are not in a position to really enjoy the money based on the back bending work they had to do just to reach that level. Now, level 3 is where I want us to actually gear our minds to reach in, because that is where we're going to give you this free resource so that you can use it to get to the high network individual level. And this is classified as HNWI, which is persons with a net worth of 1 million to 5 million. So that there is still low, but at least you're in the $1 million club. And when you're in the $1 million club, you have access to be doing more things. You have access to moving your money faster, because multiplying $1 to make $1 million takes a longer time than multiplying $1 million to make $1 million. Because if you double $1 million, you make $1 million. How many doubles would you need to take $1 all the way up to $1 million? It is more than one, because one doubled, that there gives you two, then two doubled gives you four. So you have gone two doubles already. So it takes more work when you have less than if you had a reasonable sum to start with. So these individuals in the high network people are individuals who are sustainable in their financial deployment of resources, and they have significant assets, usually in real estate. They usually have assets in stocks and commodities, financial markets, futures, cryptocurrency. They are investors, yes. They may be also traders, because trading and investing are two different, yeah, ball games, right? And then we move to level 4. Level 4 is just where many persons dream of. It is the very high network individual. So this is classified as VH NWI, that's very high net worth individuals. And these people are basically persons with $5 million to about $30 million. These individuals have a significant wealth, often with diversified investment portfolio and range of assets, including luxury properties and businesses. So these persons are persons who actually have businesses which are successful, which are thriving. So the key that I want you to understand is that in order to reach to a particular level, what you did to get there will not keep you there. So you are going to have to condition your mind in a way to not work harder, but to work smarter. And the higher up you go, you have to realize that having 1% of 100 person's effort is better than having 100% of your own effort. So think about it. If you have 1,000,000 persons working under you, giving you 1%, how many percent effort would that generate on you, who may be doing absolutely nothing but just having those persons working under you? So that there is the multiplier effect that takes place. So if you really want to make real money outside of just being a high network individual, but you want to be a very high network individual, you have to have businesses. Maybe one, maybe two, maybe three, but having businesses position you in such a manner that you can actually control market supply, demand, costing, and you can balance where inflation comes in. All you have to do is just pass on that inflation burden on the persons who desire to enjoy the service that you are providing. Then we move into level 5. Level 5 is the ultra high network individuals. Yes. So at this level, once you have above $30 million, you are in the ultra high network individual level. So this is the wealthiest segment, or is it? So the ultra high network individuals, the UHNWI, have extensive assets and investment. Yes, you hear me talking about, I didn't say they have extensive savings. I said they have extensive assets and investment. Savings has never made anyone rich. They often have multiple properties, substantial business interests, and have significant influence and financial power. So, this brings us to the point I want you to bear in mind. The borrower is a slave or a servant to the lender, whichever one you want to take it at. If you don't have money, you don't have influence. I know that many people tell them money doesn't exist. That is true. Money is a concept. That is true. What we use is currency. That is also true. In order to do any business, you have to have capital. You have to have something to trade. And currently, in the year 2024, and as we move, progress forward, money is currently being used, or currency is currently being used in the place or the form of money. Depending on which economy you're in, you may have a debt-based system, which means that it is debt that is inflated like a balloon that causes the economy to move. So the less debt you have, the balloon will pop, the money collapse or the currency collapse goes to zero, and then hyperinflation takes over, and then another currency will take dominance. So that is how the money cycle works in a nutshell. So we understand all of that. But in order for you as a person of God to do anything that is meaningful and significant, you need capital. You heard that right. You need capital. To do God's work, you need money. To help people, you need money. When people's houses are blown down, when people's roofs are taken off, you need money in order to help them. So if you are not positioned where you have the resources, then you cannot galvanize the people to do the work that you will not be compensating them for. But though we have the ultra high network individual, we have a special club where we call the billionaire clubs. This is people with net worth of 1 billion and above. This category of people are the elites, and these are individuals whose worth exceeds $1 billion. Yes, that is a lot of dinero, a lot of mucha, a lot of money. Yes, and they typically have a major influence over large corporations, industries, and sometimes even countries. So when you become a billionaire, you will be positioned to control even a country. You heard that right. You can control a country. You have influence in a particular industry or industry. So these persons in this category are the founders, the CEOs. These are the persons who have this kind of resource and this kind of power to influence people, influence decision. So this is just a basic definition of what these individuals network includes. All right, and don't worry, we can start from zero and still reach a million. So this has been done time and time again. Many persons say that they are self-made, but is anyone really self-made? I am yet to see someone decide that they can make themselves. Have you ever seen that done before? I have never seen someone doing that before. So what I want us to do is to avoid the use of the word self-made, because we are not in a position to make ourselves, but we can allow God to use us, use the gifts He has placed in us to mature them so that we can express His glory. So that is what I want us to think about doing. If we look at the census, the US Census Bureau, and a few other sources, it will present to us the economic classification of American household. What I'm going to say to you may surprise you, but I don't want you to be surprised. I want you to just understand the level at where you are. So I'm going to go through a few levels, and then you're going to have to decide where are you on the scale. If you are making below $26,496 for your family, let's say a family of four, in 2023, you are in poverty. And 18% of American households falls below this threshold. So yes, 18%, according to the World Economic Forum, of Americans fall below this threshold. So can you imagine living on $26,496 per year in America with the inflation taking over? You can see why we have health problems and crisis, because what is being sold to these people cannot be healthy. What they can afford is not in their best interest. So now we understand the relationship between your network, your health, and your life expectancy. But I know that the average amount of money that many persons work in America puts them in a low income category. And this is not my opinion. This is not what I perceive in my mind the year 2024. This is what the World Economic Forum presents to us. It says that if you earn income less than 52,000 annually, you are in a low income category. Did you hear that? If you earn 52,000 annually, you are in a low income category, which accounts for approximately 38% of households in America. Typically, personal care aides, cashiers, food servers, those persons are classified in this area. It doesn't mean that you cannot become wealthy in those areas, but remember, 1% of persons' energy, 1% of persons' effort, all that effort is going somewhere else to make someone else wealthy. So we have to classify that in our mind. Now, the part of the story, the phase on the scale that many persons get trapped is in the middle class. Yes, the middle class. And who is in the middle class? The middle class is basically classified. We're using the census information from 2022 and information from the World Economic Forum. It says that the middle class, based on that information, are for persons earning $52,001 all the way up to 56, well, not even 56, but 156,000 annually, which accounts for approximately 44% of households. The characteristics of these groups seems actually to be on decline and represent 61% of adults in 1971 to about 50% of adults in 2021. The median household income within this class was around 70,000 in 2022. And when we speak about being average, we're speaking about what is the baseline. So if you're below average, you're below the mediocre. So this is not a place that is a comfortable place to be. Being average just means that you are mediocre. You are doing what is expected. You are where you should be. You're not anything special. You're not doing anything special or of significance to cause attention to be on you. Sometimes when you're in school, you don't want the teacher to know that you're brilliant in your mind, so you just keep yourself to yourself. You do the work in the time that they provide, not because you have to do it in that time, but because you just don't want anybody to interfere with your peace of mind. We understand all of that. But when it comes on to your money, your family's money, the legacy that you have to leave for your children's children, you have to get serious about all of this. Because where you are today is positioning for where they will be in the future. But there is another level that we have to talk about. And this is a level that I want you to just be comfortable to know about as you strive to reach it. And if you're in this level, there is also another level that you need to actualize. So when we talk about level 4, we're talking about the upper class. So in this level, you earn more than 156,000 annually. Percentage of this population accounts for 18% of household. So let us think about it. 18% of the households are in poverty, at poverty level, earning below 26,497. So they are earning less than 26,496 and below. All right. And then in the upper class, they're now earning 156,000 annually, but this only accounts for 18% of American household. And typically persons are in this area are corporate executive, medical professionals, and departmental leaders, like different industry departmental leaders, right? So if you're a professional, you can be in this category. But there are other categories that exist. We're going to move now into the category that many persons will only dream of. Many persons will see on their TV, but many persons will fail to actualize. And this category is the top 1%. When you hear people say the top 1%, it means that it's nothing really that special, but it is important because majority, 99% of people don't reach to this level. So it is top 1% because it's only 1% of the population are able to reach this level. So if you have an annual salary of 600,000 and above, you would be in the top 1%. Yes, you heard that right. So characteristics of this group holds a significant portion of their wealth and typically includes top executive, successful entrepreneurs, I am repeating it, successful entrepreneurs, and individuals with substantial investment income. So we are not hearing people with substantial savings income. We're talking about people with substantial investment income. So you are seeing what this is saying to us. It is saying that we have to stop and think about the reality. Is saving making you the money that you could be making if you were willing to take the risk to invest that capital? You have to decide what is in your best interest. You have to decide how you want your money to move, how you want your money to flow. And when that happens, everyone will indeed know. When the time is right, actually, all right? So let us just do a quick recap or a quick review. As of the mid-2020, the estimated population in the United States is approximately 339 million people, all right? Based on the census.gov and Worldometer, USA Facts. Based on recent economic data census information, the population can be classified into different economic classes. So when we're talking about poverty, majority of the persons classified based on a combination of this data and not just the data that we presented earlier would be approximately 11.6% of the population. It appears that things are getting better, but the other approximately 7%, is missing because we just don't know about them. So this, if we just go with these numbers, 11.6% of the population, so that means that there are 39.3 million people living in poverty. Let me ask you a question. If you are living in poverty and everybody decides to give you $1 and you are in the United States, you would have $339 million, especially if you decide to give yourself $1 as well. So, if we look at it from that simplistic perspective, it would appear that being in poverty should not be an option. But for some, that is their reality. And that is why a people are destroyed because of lack of knowledge. When you're in a position, you're not seeing people who are outside of that position that you're in to give you guidance, to give you directions or instructions as how to get out of that state, then you become comfortable in your discomfort. And that there is not a state that anyone should desire to be in. So in this state, these individuals are below the federal poverty line. And if you are below the federal poverty line, it means that you are well below that which is acceptable. Then we move into the low income. The low income people are classified as poor people. So they are earning a decent wage in their minds, not realizing that they can do better. They have been enticed with different 2%, different promotions, but at the end of the day, they are still capped in the low income band. So this group of individuals include those just above the poverty line. So if you're just above the poverty line, but still struggling to make ends meet, I want you to realize that you're poor. This is not my opinion. This is what the statistics is saying. And we're just going through the statistics to allow you to realize where you are so you can position yourself to where you actually need to be. It is estimated that to be in this category of low income, there are approximately 29% of the population, or maybe roughly 98.3 million people. So these people are struggling to make ends meet. So this is the type of people that many credit card companies will start targeting, especially the subprime credit card companies. They want to get them trapped in a situation they have no business being a part of. And they say, yes, we're protecting you from the loan sharks. But guess what? At the end of the day, the same persons who claim to have been protecting you from the loan shark, guess who becomes the loan shark? They are the ones who now becomes the loan sharks. Then we move into the middle class category. This is a class of people that encompasses a significant portion of the population, estimated 52%, or about 176.3 million people. That is 176.3 million people. This group includes those households that are experiencing a moderate kind of living standard. So this is based on the census classification, the most recent census, not the 2022 data. So the numbers seems to be improving, but are they really improving? In the middle class, you will be targeted to be exploited based on where you are positioned, because the credit card companies, the banks can get money out of you. They know that you're working. They know that you have a job. They know that you are reliable. So they are going to try to target you. So when they target you, you have to be strategic in your thinking to say, is this in my best interest? Will this derail me from my financial position that I desire to be in 10 years? Think about it. If they are getting 10% from you every year, what How would that be better? Thinking about the future, if you were giving yourself 10% compounded on the investment of that which you would have been given to them, wouldn't that put you in a better position? Instead of taking away from you, it would be enhancing you, it would be given to you. But you have to be very mindful and don't allow the societal norms to derail you from your financial journey. Then we have level 4, which is the upper middle class, approximately 30% of the population, or 44 million people fall into this category. These individuals have higher earning and can afford more comfortable lifestyle. So when you're in the upper middle class category, you are able to buy luxury at this time. You have the challenge in some instances of lifestyle creeps, because the more you earn, the more you want to spend, especially when your financial hygiene is not the best. Your financial hygiene is not ideal. You don't like to do that which is systematic. You have an addictive personality to spending. So these people get themselves into bankruptcy over time if they are not careful. But these persons are positioned to pass on wealth to their children. But if they have a proper financial hygiene, they will realize that, hey, the money they have can last. All they need to do is to have it invested and compounded. Then we move into the upper class, which is a rich category. This category includes the top earners, which constitutes about 4% of the population, or approximately 13.6 million people. So yes, there are people that are making millions of dollars every single year. Why not you? You can do it too, but you have to position yourself. Your gifts is the first thing that I want you to consider. What is it that you are good at? What is it that can position you in such a way to be on stages, can position you in such a way that people are looking for you, can position you in such a way that allows you to take care of your family, that allows you to help others? I want you to not only just listen and enjoy the conversation, learning the information of the statistics. You have to position yourself to do something with the information. Write down this week on a paper, what are your gifts? What is it that you are good at? How can this be of benefit to society? If you can do that, then you will be in a rather lucrative position, because then you can leverage your gifts to generate resources so that you can share it with others and you can have the multiplier effect taking place. Many persons don't understand that it is not as hard as they may have been told. It is actually way easier. But many people are not willing to do the work. I want you to consider doing a little work, just a little work, so that you can reposition yourself and your family. I really care about you and your family. I don't want to have anyone that experience time with me to be in a depraved state. I don't want you not to get value from our interaction, from our conversation. I want you to take actionable steps in getting to where you need to be. And that is why we need to know our numbers. We need to know where we are so that we can move to where we need to be. Approximately 8.8% of the US adults are millionaire. I want you to hear that. And this is based on the 2022 statistics, population information. That would mean that there are approximately 22 million individuals that are living in the United States of a population of 331 million. That was in 2020. So if 22 million people are already millionaires, what is stopping you? Why can't you be a millionaire as well? Even if you have a job, if you position yourself correctly, you can become a millionaire. It's not that complicated, but many persons are not willing to restrict themselves to certain financial protocols in order to get where they need to be. What am I saying? I'm saying sometimes you need to stop buying the things that you know you don't need. Getting involved in crowds that you know you don't need to be involved in. Doing things that you know have no benefit to you or your future. You have to have the mind that you desire to be an ambassador for not only yourself, not only for God, but for the family. I want you to know that it's not too late to become a millionaire, because the average age of becoming a millionaire is 57 years. And most of these billionaires are persons who actually are professional millionaires. And yes, we have professional millionaires. Millionaires who became millionaires not because they had the highest paying jobs, but because they allowed compound interest to multiply the little that they have over time. And they are reaping the benefits in their prime years. So the average age at which individuals become a millionaire is 57 years old. Most millionaires are middle aged or older. So that there is telling us that about 80% of millionaires are over the age of 45. So if you are not yet 45, it's not too late. You can become a millionaire even at 45. Only 3% of millionaires, this is important for you to know, only 3% of millionaires are under 35 years old. So if you're under 35, don't feel as though everybody on social media is making all this money. Majority of them are pretending. Majority of them are drowning in debt. Don't follow the people on social media. If you're under 35, I don't want you to be driving in anybody's lane. I don't want you to position yourself so that you can become compromised. Don't allow people to cloud your judgment of the reality. You can become a millionaire at any age. It's not just about making the money, it's also about how much of that money are you willing to keep. Then we move into another category, the ultra high net worth individuals, those with over $30 million. The average age of these individuals are about 64 years. Yes, you heard that right. The average years or the average age of those in the ultra high net worth is 64. It doesn't mean that you can't do it before. You can do it before. It doesn't mean that you cannot do it after. You can do it after. But you can reach there eventually. And everybody timing is different. Education is important. Schooling is relevant in certain regards, but majority of the persons who are in the ultra high and also those persons who are in the millionaire club, those persons claim to have been self-made. Can you imagine that? Majority of the persons who are millionaire didn't inherit the millions. They actually worked from zero all the way to a million. So what is stopping you from moving from zero to a million? It is possible. And I want you to consider how much persons you would be better positioned to help if you were a millionaire? There are many persons right now waiting on you to be activated so that they can get the blessings that you are holding in your hand. Now, let us get into the conversation about the different types of millionaires. We have an understanding of what the population is saying to us. We understand that it is possible to become a millionaire. It's absolutely possible. Many persons have done it before. What is stopping you? Do you truly want to become a millionaire? That there is up to you. But what I would suggest to you is that if you're serious about becoming a millionaire, you have to get as much information as you can about what a millionaire lifestyle entails and allow yourself to be so positioned to become a millionaire. Yes, it is possible. So now let us get into the different types of millionaires that exist. I know that becoming a millionaire is an aspiration of many persons. But what is the sense of just having an aspiration if you're not going to activate that aspiration and do things so that you can position yourself to become that millionaire? The most common ways of becoming a millionaire depends on a person's level of skill set, depends on a person's interest, their resources that they have. However, some common areas in which people become millionaires include being self-employed or even an employment millionaire. So when we talk about the employment millionaire, these are people who become a millionaire on a job. Yes, you heard that right. There are people who become a millionaire on a job. So when we talk about that, we're talking about the C-suite executive, the financiers, the finance guys, those people on Wall Street, the brokers, the athletes, the musician, the physician, the sales and insurance people. We're talking about people in banking, technology, persons in medicine, the doctors, other healthcare providers, practitioners, and those with high salaries such as the lawyers, particularly who specialize in high paying level of corporate or patent law. Those persons will have a better advantage because their starting is more advanced than the average individuals. Then we have yes, persons making a modest income can also become, if you're making 50,000, you can also become a millionaire, compounded your money in the stock market, compounding your money in different investment vehicles. But it may just take you a little longer to double your money. But once you got a doubling effect taking place, it will just snowball. And if it is snowballing, then you are in a good position. As long as your money is not going down, you're okay. Some persons get stuck in being a mental millionaire. Yes, you have persons who have the mindset, oh, I want to be a millionaire. I am going to be a millionaire. I'm going to manifest being a millionaire. So they're thinking about being a millionaire. They're thinking about, yes, yes, yes. Let me think about it. Let me speak it into being. Yes, but speaking it into being, the first thing that you have to do is, yes, understand that you desire to do it. So you're going to have to now position yourself to understand financial concept, understand what are income, expenses, assets, liability, capital gain, cash flow. You have to understand what net worth is, budgeting and financial statements, etc. These are the things that you will need to do if you're going to move from being a mental millionaire, just thinking that you want to be a millionaire, and these are things you have to put in place so you can position yourself now to become a millionaire. So we have the employment millionaire, which many persons have accomplished. We have the mental millionaire, which persons get stuck in that box because they look on the outside and say, oh, the grass is greener. It looks nice to be a millionaire. Why don't I want to become a millionaire? And that there is a mental millionaire. But if you get stuck in this category, you'll die in poverty. You'll die as a middle class. You'll die not realizing the dream of what your mental mind had envisioned. Then we have liquid millionaire. So a liquid millionaire individual is a person who has $1 million. Most of these assets are in cash, savings, and investment that can be easily converted to cash. So being a liquid millionaire, this person I think is waiting on opportunity because there's no real reason to have such amount of money in cash unless you are waiting on a specific opportunity. So this is a strategic positioning millionaire. And I know some persons don't want to borrow money, don't want to take loans, are not excited about investing in volatile investment opportunities. So for those persons being a liquid millionaire, you just want to play it safe. You don't know when you're going to meet your demise, so you want to have cash on hand. That there is okay. But many persons have experienced millionaire status by becoming an investing millionaire, often by having a diverse portfolio, holding particular assets for maybe 30 years. They become a millionaire just like that. Then we have those who are speculative millionaires. And these are persons who become millionaires through speculation, which is the act of investing in high risk, high reward assets with the goal of generating significant profit, which takes place in their favor. So they become a millionaire. They convert $2,000 all the way into $1 million in a short time span because of the spike and volatility in the market. So in crypto, they may invest in those assets, or not invest, rather. Let me be more forthright. They may trade those assets, they may speculate on those assets, and they just basically pump and dump. So that is basically what happens usually in speculation, or they find a trend, a wave, and they ride it all the way up. There's nothing wrong with riding a wave up, but you have to be ethical in how you become and acquire your funds. But everybody has to do what is in their best interest in alignment with their financial position and their financial goal. So they have high risk, high reward. So yes, they can lose all the money, they can go into negative, but some persons don't mind the adrenaline rush that comes with losing all your money. So speculation can involve investing in assets such as stock, real estate, commodities, with the expectation of selling them at a higher price in the future. Speculation can be very risky to build wealth, as it involves taking on significant risk in the hope of achieving significant or extraordinary returns. And in all honesty, I do enjoy speculation, but not speculation for the long term, but speculation for the short term. So we also have another type of millionaire class of people. We call them credit millionaire. You have some persons who have their credit cards and they have $1 million in line of credit, or they have lines of credit, they have credit cards, they have different loan facilities out. So they are millionaires in that regard. So they have $1 million in lines or access to funds or more. However, that there could be a state where there are negative millionaires. So it all depends on the perspective that you're looking at it from. Some person may say, yes, it's okay to become a credit millionaire. So these individuals usually build a significant amount of their wealth through use of credit, such as taking on loans or using credit cards to make purchases and investments. So basically, they borrow money to make them money. So credit can be a useful financial tool if you know how to use it. So basically, they go into debt and have other persons bear the burden of that debt based on them leveraging that debt on other persons who need the resources that they have. So that's basically what is taking place here. So this can be lucrative if you know what you're doing, but because I am apprehensive in individuals who don't have a proper financial footing in taking on debt, I will not recommend becoming a credit millionaire unless you know exactly what you are doing. But I will not be in a position to guide you intricately in becoming a credit millionaire because I am apprehensive and I do not recommend that people take on debt. So that there is a challenge that we are facing. Then we have inheritance millionaire, and we understand what that means. Your parents had a lot of wealth, money, maybe, and then they say, hey, let us pass this on to cash, investment, real estate, and other assets. So a regular person now is a millionaire, and even in some instances a multi-millionaire, and that there is something that many persons desire to enjoy. Then we have tax avoidance millionaire. This type of millionaire is a person who has become a millionaire by legally minimizing their tax liability through a tax avoidance strategy. Tax avoidance is a practice of using legal means to reduce or eliminate tax liability as opposed to tax evasion. So we're not talking about anything that is illegal. Because tax evasion is illegal, it is basically the practice of avoiding or failing to pay taxes. Tax avoidance strategy can include things such as setting up a business or an investment in an jurisdiction with lower tax rate, taking advantage of tax credits or deduction, or structure financial transaction in a way that minimizes tax liabilities. All right. And then we have real estate millionaire. Basically, real estate millionaire is a person who becomes a millionaire through real estate ownership. So you have real estate purchases, you have rental properties, you may have bed and breakfast properties, you may have a property management system. It just has to do something with land, building, whether it is a storage facility. So you have those things and you're generating income from those things. So that there will make you a real estate millionaire. And remember, we said the only estate that is real estate. Then we have a retirement millionaire. Retirement millionaire are the millionaires that become only a millionaire after they have retired. So they have their 401k, they have their IRA, and they can only access this money without the penalties of early withdrawal after they have retired. So they would become a retirement millionaire. Yes. There's nothing wrong with becoming a millionaire in your retirement. But you have to be sure to position yourself to have the energy to be able to use the resources that you have. Then we have cash flow millionaires. Cash flow millionaires are basically millionaires, persons who become millionaires who have a high level of cash flow, which is the amount of money coming in and going out of the business or individuals on a regular basis. This term is often used to describe individuals who have a high level of income or a consistent stream of revenue, such as investment, rental properties, or serial entrepreneurs. These are individuals who have started and maybe even sold successful businesses, often using the proceed from one business to fund the next business. Then we have other type of millionaires. We have the passive income millionaire. And remember, passive income is not as passive as people present it to be, because you have to put in the groundwork before you can get the cash flow that you desire. And even with passive income, you still have to do maintenance. Then persons have specialized assets, stocks, and bonds. So you have the asset millionaire. So based on what everything that you own amasses to, then you can be considered to be a millionaire. Then we have the network millionaire. So network millionaire, a person whose network, which is a total value of their asset minus their liability, is equal to or greater than $1 million, that person is a network millionaire. Then we have the financial freedom millionaire, which is a person who has achieved financial independence and has the financial resources to support their desired life without the need for work. So, yes, there are different levels to this game. And you just have to understand, if you want to become a millionaire, you have to understand the lifestyle of a millionaire. You have to understand how millionaires are minted. You have to understand which areas of the United States you need to be if you want to be a millionaire. So these information are very important for all of us to understand. So this is where we're going to pause at this juncture of our conversation. But I'll see you in the next sitting. And this is just one straight take. We'll have the video posted shortly, and we'll also have the shorts made available for you so that you can enjoy at your own time and convenience. Thank you for spending some quality time with us. I hope that you were blessed. I hope the Spirit of God spoke to you to enlighten you to realize why it is important that you be the head and not the tail. God's richest blessing to you. Until we meet again, blessings. Today, the topic of focus is to position yourself to have that millionaire mindset. But before we get into the discussion, let us put our attention on the Word of God, which comes to us from a well known passage of Scripture. And that passage is Matthew 6, and we will be focusing on verse 33. But we'll be reading the verse before and the verse after. So we'll be reading verses 32 and 34. And the Word of God presents to us in verse 32, "For all these things do the Gentiles seek, for your heavenly Father knoweth that he have need of all these things." 33, it says, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you." Verse 34, it goes on to say, "Take therefore no thought for tomorrow, for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is evil thereof." So the focus that we want to embrace is, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God." And usually, when we speak about finances, money, necessities, we as a people of God sometimes come to the idea that God desires his people to be impoverished. But I want to let you know that there is a misconception, that there is a fallacy, that there is a deception. The people of God, in order to be the head, they have to have means. And if they have a means, they will have power, they will have authority, they will be in a position where they can help people to reach their goals, to reach to levels which are in accordance to a reflection of the kingdom citizenship that God has commissioned on his people. There is oftentimes a disconnection between people of God, the Word of God, and the display of what is expected of the people of God. Too many times people classify themselves as being Christians, as being followers of Christ, but yet they are not representing a kingdom that you are desirous of being a part of. And that there is the disconnection that is taking place. The pastors, their leaders, their priests, their elders whosoever is instructing them is not guiding them into the Word of God so that he can use the biblical principles in order to live a life that is pleasing and meaningful in this world. So today, the message is being a person of God, we are positioned to receive all the things that exist in this world. But the Word of God also reminds us that we should be in this world, but not of this world. So we should not be mixing in everything. But it doesn't mean that if you are a follower of Jesus Christ, you should be suffering. That is far from the truth. If we look down the history, if we look down the lineage, we see, yes, some persons who have suffered, but majority of the persons who are prominent in the Word of God, they may have suffered for a season, but their suffering came to an end. They may have been placed in systems that were opposed to their belief structure, but they became victorious. We have Abraham, we have Job, we have Jacob, we have all these people that God has used, God has multiplied. Why would you be a follower of Jesus Christ if you will not allow Him to multiply you? So let us pray as we get into the study. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for this moment in time as we're about to delve once more into the financial arrangement that is necessary for our existence in this realm, that is necessary for us to live a life and be in such a position that we can help others. Father God, as we move towards that direction, I pray that you'll allow your wisdom to come divinely close unto us as we multiply based on the principles that you have given to us. And may all the riches, all the wealth, all that we have amassed in this realm be used for your honor and for your glory, is our prayer in Jesus' name. So, yes, the last time we had our conversation, we spoke extensively on the caption of the different levels that we need to be in order for us to experience the life of financial abundance in this realm. And I indicated to you that there are a few things that I wanted you to do. I wanted you to have decided what are your gifting. What is it that you are good at? And I wanted you to document how is it that you can help others with the gift that you had. And now I want you to do a few more things with that information that you have. But before we get into that, you know that this is the Millionaire Series. And we have been discussing since the beginning about becoming a millionaire. But I want you to know that not all millionaires are created equally. Yes, you heard that correctly. Different people in different category based on the amount that they currently possess indicate the class of millionaire that you are. I know that this may be strange, this may be new to many individuals, but have no fear. We're going to guide you to what you need to know about being a millionaire. So there are different levels to this game. And yes, it is indeed a game. Many persons don't take money seriously. Many persons don't take money as it truly is. But money, the whole idea of money is actually a game. It is a financial construct. It is based on the principle of economics. In order for someone to increase, someone has to decrease because there is just a finite amount of physical resources, but when they digitalize it, they can create money from thin air. And those are some of the things that I want you to bear in mind as we navigate through these concepts and these nuances that exist. So millionaires have different level. But what if I told you that a billionaire is a millionaire, but a millionaire is not a billionaire? Would you believe me? Yes, that is so true. And this is how it happens. To get to a billionaire status, you would have to pass through millionaire status. But if you are a millionaire, it does not necessarily mean that you have reached to the billionaire status. So now let us get into the list of millionaire designation in order of net worth. So you are a millionaire if a person or if you have a net worth exceeding $1 million, whether that is US currency, whether that is pound sterling, whether that is euros, whatever denomination that you may use, that there would put you in a millionaire class. But remember, not all millionaires are created equally. Because even in just being a millionaire, you'll come to the realization that you are just now reaching level zero. Yes, you are still at level zero, but you're now realizing there is so much more that you need to do. Then we have level two, the deca millionaire. A deca millionaire is just a person with a net worth of $10 million or more. So that from that 10 million all the way to 99,999,999 and 900, well, and 99 cents, that there is a deca millionaire. Then after we pass through level 2, we move to level 3, which is a centimillionaire. A centimillionaire is a person with a net worth of $100 million. So yes, once you reach $100 million, you are a centennial. So the centennial just basically mean 100. So centimillionaire is $100 million. So from $100 million to 900,999,999 that there is a centimillionaire. But when you cross over, then you reach level 4, which is the billionaire class. And the billionaire class is basically a person with a net worth of $1 billion or more. And yes, this is possible. There are many persons who have net worths of over $1 billion. So there are different levels to this game. And the more money you have, the higher level that you reach, the easier it is for you to get more money. And you're going to understand how money is attracted to money. Have you ever realized that rich people hang out with rich people? But persons who are depraved, they hang out with each other. They are the ones who get into all manner of unnecessary trouble. They have unnecessary trials. They are in situations they have no business being a part of. Yes. So those are some of the drawbacks that comes with the responsibility of being in lack. So I don't want you to be in lack because your father is rich in houses and land. So if your father is rich in houses and land and you are in lack, it means then that you are misrepresenting the kingdom of God. You're misrepresenting your father. You are presenting an idea that is not true. And in that situation, your ambassadorship becomes compromised. So $1,000 million or $1,000,000 or 1,000 times $1 million. Does that B word sounds interesting? Moving from million to billion? Yes. But first, we have to get you to the millionaire status. And when you reach the millionaire status, you will realize that, hey, you really don't have as much as you need. And that there is going to be a motivator to get you to the next level. Because when you're a person of God, Your desire is to ensure that persons are living in compliance with the principles of God. Persons are experiencing the gift that God has given to us freely. And your heart is going to have a passion in helping people, but you cannot help anyone if you are not first positioned in such a manner that you can reach out to someone and impact their life meaningfully. So now you understand why it is important that at least before you reach to your stage of retirement, which we don't believe in, you need to experience the millionaire life. Now, we had indicated that there are different levels to the money ladder. We had spoken about uh, financial dependency. We had spoken about financial solvency, financial stability, debt freedom, coasting financial and financial security, financial flexibility, financial independence, financial freedom, and we had taken it all the way up to financial abundance. But we did not put some numbers, actual numbers to it. In order for us to know exactly how much we need in these different stages, we have designed or created a formula so that we can put things into perspective independently. So whether you're earning $1, $100, $1 million, $1 billion, and your expenses, once you know your numbers, you know your expenses, you can determine how much you need at each stage. All right. So to calculate how much you need at each stage, we will develop the formula based on your annual expenses. Yes, your annual expenses will be what we're going to be using to develop this formula. This formula will help you to determine your required savings and investments to reach each level of the financial ladder, all the way up to financial abundance. So, when we are financially dependent, guess what's happening? We are like babies. Yes, that's correct. We are the babies. So we are depending on our parents, we are depending on our grandparents, we're depending on people in the society in order to live. So we have no significant income, we have no income, we probably don't even know ourselves in this stage. Or we know ourselves, but we decide that, hey, we don't want to put ourselves out to garner resources in order to take us out of this stage. So at this stage, we don't have an income, right? So the formula for this one is there's no formula because there is no need to calculate a specific income because you don't have an income and all your expenses are already taken care of by external entities, individuals, organization, governments, whatever it is. They are taking care of those expenses. But as people of God, we should not desire to be financially dependent all our lives. So when we come to the age that we are allowed or we have reached the mental maturity in order to garner resources, add and contribute to the societal development and impact people's life, then we move into the state of financially solvent. So basically in this stage, you need to earn at least enough to cover your annual expenses, right? And we're going to classify the annual expenses as A. Yes, you heard that right. So the required income is A, all right? And this is going to be what we're going to be using to build our formula. Then that's level 2. Now, when we move to level 3 of financial stability, we are going to consider it. So we have our annual expense, which is A. Then we're going to have our emergency fund, which is 3 to 6 months of expenses. So in order to calculate the emergency fund, we're going to have A, which is our annual expense divided by 2, all right, because annual is the whole year. We want 6 months, so we're going to divide it by 2 because half of 12 is 6. And if we split that 6 and 6, we have half, right? So we're going to have A divided by 2 for the 6 months, and then the total required saving would be A, your annual expense, plus, guess what? A over 2, which is equal to 1.5A. Yes, I know that this seems like some algebraic equation. Yes, it is actually algebraic equation. So now you see where algebra came in handy. But don't worry about all these formulas and these calculation. We have a template available. As long as you are subscribed to the newsletter, we'll email those out to you so that you can plug your numbers in and know exactly how much money you need at the different levels. So that there is a formula for financial stability. Now let's move into financial freedom. That's level 4. All right, so the formula is the total debt plus your emergency fund. So whatever your total debt is, you have to determine that. Then the total required saving is going to be your debt plus your emergency fund. And your emergency fund was already calculated in A over 2. All right, so we're going to use that same formula to have our debt freedom calculation number. All right, so we can calculate how much is the total required savings that we need. Then we move to step 5 or level 5, which is coasting financially. And coasting financially is savings needed to cover your basic living expenses for the rest of your life, considering your investments and compounding. So the total required saving is basically enough to cover your annual expense until you experience retirement or you decide you want to stop working, you don't want to do anything else, right? So generally, this might be 10 to 15 times your annual expense at this moment. So if your expense for the year is $1,000, you're going to need $15,000. All right. So in order to calculate this, assuming a saving rate, we're going to say, let's use 15. So 15x, and then we're going to have to add that a. So we're going to have 10 to 15, whatever it is. Let's use the upper limit. So we're going to say 15 times a. All right. So once we know your annual expense, then we say 15 times that, and then we have how much money you actually need to experience financial coasting. I know these formulas may seem a little bit complicated, but they're not that complicated. They're simple 1, 2, 3. All right. Then we move to level 6. And level 6 is interesting. It says it's a savings to cover your basic living expenses indefinitely. And usually when we talk about indefinitely, we're talking about 25 times your annual expenses. Some may say 20 to 25 times. So basically all we do, we have 25 times A. And once we have that, guess what? We're basically in the state of financial security. Then we have financial flexibility, and you're going to realize something. This is enough to live off your investment considering market volatility. So in order to reach this number, we need to understand the total required saving is going to be at least 12.5 times your annual expenses. So it's going to be 12.5 times A. So you're going to use your annual expenses as the benchmark. So I hope you're understanding what does that mean. Your annual expense determines how much money you're going to need in the long run. And if your annual expenses are going up, then we have a problem. We're going to have to categorize that situation. We're going to have to clog that leak so that we can reduce our annual expenses. I don't want you to fall in the trap of having lifestyle inflation, in which as you get more increase on the financial ladder, your lifestyle increases with. I want you to remain in the same position stay in the same house, live basically a reasonably comfortable life. You don't have to have the exorbitance that the world presents to you. All you need is the bare necessity to exist, because the more you have, the more responsibilities you have. And the more responsibilities you have, the less you're able to serve other people. So you want to reduce your responsibilities so that you can use your time, your energy, your resources to serve other people. Now, let's move into level 9. And level 9 comes in, but before we reach level 9, did we talk about level 8, financial independence? Financial independence is basically enough money saved to live off our investment indefinitely without working, and this is 25 times our annual expenses. But level 9 this year now is investment. This is a financial freedom stage. Investment provides more income than required for financial independence. Without any interference with our normal protocols of work, with our normal protocols of family life, it doesn't impact us that significantly. So the total required saving is more than 25 times our annual expenses, often considered 30 to 35 times the annual expense. So once you have 35x, we are in a good position. So that's going to be 35 times your annual expenses. So that's 35 times A. All right. So after we have left that stage, we're going to move into financial abundance. Yes, you heard that right. There's no real reason for us to just be financially free if we cannot experience financial abundance. So the formula substantially to cover this area, we need to have enough in the interest of market turndown, or peradventure the market decides, hey, we're going to drop 70%. So the total required saving typically considered is 5 times your financial freedom number. So whatever your financial freedom number is, just times that by 5. So that there is going to be 175 times your annual expenses. And if you have that, you are actually living in financial abundance. All right, so let's put some actual application to that. Say you're earning $50,000 per year. Before you started earning 50,000, you would have been a financial dependent. So guess what? You have no income, you have no expenses. Once you start earning, you move to level 2, you are financially solvent. Guess what? You need at least $50,000 to cover all your expenses. So if you earn 50,000, you make 50,000, you spend 50,000, you're financially solvent because you're paying off all your bills, right? But at the end of the day, you're at zero. So basically, you are basically a dependent, because if anything happens, then you are in a sticky position. So life starts to get interesting when you start moving up the ladder to level 3, which is financial stability. Oh, and did we make mention that financially solvent means that you're living paycheck to paycheck? So when you reach financial stability, it's basically you're earning 50,000 and you have $25,000 in your emergency fund. So you basically have about 75 bands, 75,000. Then you're basically financially stable. Then when you reach debt freedom, you have assuming 100,000 in debt, you have 100,000 plus you have the 25,000. So you basically have 25,000, which is your emergency fund, which is about 125,000. All right. So next we move into coasting financially, and this number for debt freedom can vary based on the amount of debt that you have. So if you have zero debt, then you would just jump from financial stability and move into financial coasting. So you see how debt can jeopardize you. It can take you out one level, so you can level up if you have no debt. Beautiful. Financial coasting, basically you're gonna have 10 to 15 times your annual expense, which is basically 50,000 times 10 which would be 500,000, which is $500,000, and then put that up to 15. So 50,000 times 15, $750,000. All right. Then we move into financial security. We have 25 times, 20 to 25 times, which means that you're going to have at least 1 million to $1.5 million. If you're going to be financially secure, you need 1 million to 1.5 million if you're making $50,000 per annum. To be in the stage of financial flexibility, you are going to need at least 12.5 times your annual expense, which will gives you about $625,000. All right, but we still have a way to go. Financial independence, you have 25 times the amount of your expenses, which means that you're going to need at least $1.25 million. That's $1,250,000. Then now you move into financial freedom. In a state of financial freedom, you have 30 to 35 times your annual expense, which will take us now to 1.5 to about 1.75 million. All right, and then financial abundance, which would be 5 times your financial freedom number, which is 5 times 1.5 million, which should give us 7,500,000 to, let's say, 35. Then we have 1,750,000 times 5. That would give us $8,750,000. All right. So if you're making 50,000, in order to be in a state of financial abundance, all you need is just $7.5 million or $8.75 million. That's it. So it's not that challenging, it's not that difficult. And you will realize that the more money you make, the more money you have invested, the faster your money compounds for you. And that there is a state that I want you to consider, to desire to enjoy. There is nothing wrong with being financially independent. There is nothing wrong with desiring to be in a state of financial freedom. And God desires you to enjoy financial abundance. Why don't you listen to what He has to say and position yourself in such a way that you can enjoy financial abundance? Let us look at some statistics for the US economy to see in the year 2024 what is really happening in the US economy. So we're going to be examining the median income in the United States, varying by age, gender, race, household composition, and we're going to get some interesting data. And then you can position yourself to see if you are at the medium, at the average, below the line, or you're above that line. So the median income by age, persons under 25 is about $42,079. Persons 25 to 45 years old in the United States, the average median income is $82,783. Persons who are 45 to 64 years old, the average median income is $90,748. Persons 65 and over, the average median income is $53,963. And you may be wondering, why is it that after 65 the income decreases because these people normally retire, die, stop working, become so sick that they have to be on social benefits or social programs. All right, so that there would give us an indication as to what is happening in the economy. And people at 65 should not be working a 9 to 5 unless something tragic happen and they have to work that kind of a job. At 65, they should be living life to the fullest, all right? But they would have to have the strength to live life to the fullest at 65. I don't understand why you would want to work for 65 years only to die a few years later. That there is not a life well lived. But that there is perspective. Retirement, we don't believe in retirement. We believe in living our lives fully and freely. Now, let us look at the gender. So, males in full time employment, persons who are males earning under $24,999, that is 7.76%. Males earning from 25,000 to 49,999, that's 27.21%. Males earning 50,000 to 74,999, that is 23.52%. Males earning 75,000 to 999,000, that is 14.08%. And males earning above 100,000, that's 27.43%. And this is just the statistics in the United States. So for those females who desire to have the guy earning six figures, that there eliminates quite a chunk of the population. So we're starting at 100,000. That means that there is just a pool of 27.43% of the male population. And then that there is just considering the gender as male. But when you start dissecting the different things that you desire, then the number will be much lower. When we think about females now earning full-time income, or they're fully employed, full-time employed, so under 24,999, we have 11.43%. And you may be wondering, why is it that the females earn less? It may look as though there's a disparity with a gender wage gap, but that is not necessarily the case. Females are generally more positioned to enjoy the social services, the social benefits, while men are disenfranchised. And females tend to prioritize child rearing, family, while the men go out and work to support that lifestyle. So 25,000 to 49,999, we have 34.96%, which is more than the men. Then we have from 50,000 to 74,000, which is 23.93%, and 50 to 74,000, that there is a good range for us to look, because this is what persons with their first degree normally leave school and make. And we realize that both men and women in this category are basically earning the same. All right, so 75,000 to 99,999, we realize that females account for about 12.59%, which indicates to us that some of them may have fallen out of the workplace, or they did not decide to progress any further. They left their employment into their full-time vocation of rearing family. Above 100,000, we have 17.09% of the female population working full-time. And when we look at part-time employment, the statistics are, yes, you can just imagine, not as rosy. Now, the average income, median income in the United States based on race. So for the white person, it is $70,642. For the black person, it is $45,870. For the Hispanic, it is $55,321. For the Asian, it is $94,903. So yes, there's a distinction between the amount the blacks, the whites, the Hispanic, the Asian, they all earn. All right. And this is talking about the household income. And that is why positioning is so important. And it baffles me that the black portion of society spends so much on name brands, but the household income is so low. It's embarrassing how low the black household income is compared to those of the other nation, but yet we have time to spend our resources on name brands which are not benefiting us, which are not increasing our income, which are putting us at a disadvantage because we are building up other families but destroying ours. So the mindset has to be changed. We're not saying that if you can afford it, you should not enjoy it, but you have to be diligent in how you divulge your resources, because the resources that we have as a people, they are to bring honor, they are to bring glory to our Maker and our King. When we examine the compensation by household, the median household income is about $74,755. The household income for persons under 25, it's 42,079. The household income for 25 to 44 is about $83,783. The household income for persons 45 to 64 is about $90,748. The household income for persons 65 years to whatever age they decide to move on is 53,963. So we're seeing a lot of things taking place when we look at these numbers. And if we look in other jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, we will realize that the data the data is saying that not every country pays their workers at the same rate. If we look at Australia, we are looking at a wide gap. From 15 to 24, we have $383 per week. When we reach up to 55, we have 1,083 per week. But let us now get into the calculation. Let's say that you are not necessarily an average person. You earn 100,000. Let's use a round number for ease of calculation. When you're in the financial dependent state, there's no calculation that needs to be made. In order to move in the financial solvent state, you need at least 100,000 to cover all your expenses. And we are hoping that you're not making 100,000 and just spending 100,000. When you reach financial stability, what happens is that you're going to need 100,000 plus 6 months, which would be 150,000. All right. But if you were making 50,000, you'd have just needed 75,000. When you reach debt freedom, you're going to need 150,000 in comparison to someone who is making 50,000 who would need 125,000. When you reach coasting, you're going to need 1 million. At coasting, yes, you're going to need 1 million to 1.5 million dollars. In comparison to someone making 50,000 who would need half a million to 750,000. When you reach the stage of financial security, you're going to need at least 1 million to 1.5 if you are making 50,000, but when you are making 100,000, you're going to need 2 million to 2.5 million dollars. When you're in the limbo, the stage of financial flexibility, when you have 12.5 times your annual expenses, you're going to need $625,000 if you're making 50,000. But if you are making 100,000, you're going to need 1,250,000. And this is just a simplistic calculation. If we go into the nuances, then you'll realize that these numbers may be a little bit inflated, because you should not be spending all of your income in expenses. But we'll just use that as a template so that we could put numbers in so that you can have an appreciation of what is taking place. So when we are in financial independence, if you're making 50,000, you need 1,250,000 if you're making 50,000. But if you're making 100,000, you're going to need 2,500,000. When you reach financial freedom and your expenses are 50,000, then guess what? You're going to need 1.5 to 1.75 if you're just making 50,000. But if your annual expenses is actually 100, then you're going to need 3 million to 3.5 million. Financial abundance, if your annual expenses is 50,000, you're going to need 7.5 million to 8.75 million. But if you're making, or if your expenses are 15 or 100,000, you are going to need 15 million to 17.5 million dollars. Isn't that quite a bit? So the essence that I want you to understand is that the more your expenses are, the more it requires of you to reach the state of financial abundance. So if you can cut your expenses to zero, you'll actually be financially free. You'll actually be living financially abundant. So you can determine the timeline as to how long it takes you to move from a financial dependent to a state of financial abundance based on your annual expenses. So the more you spend, the longer it may take you, and the more you'll have to generate in order to experience financial abundance. I hope that this information was a blessing to you. And with that said, it is the intention that you'll use this information to position yourself in such a manner that you not only know your numbers, but you operate in accordance to the will of God. Knowing that, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. That's very important, his righteousness as well. And all these things shall be added unto you. Be blessed until we meet again. A very important metric for us to understand is that the Word of God indicates to us that treasures should be desired. Yes, that is correct. And in Proverbs 21 verses 20, it says to us, coming from the King James Version, there is treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man spendeth it up. The question I want you to ponder as we navigate our developmental exercise is, are you storing up treasures that are desirable, or are you receiving treasures from God and are squandering it all up? If you fall in the category of an individual who is squandering the treasures that you have been given, then you would have been placed in the classification of a foolish individual, a foolish man, a foolish woman. It should not be anyone's intention to be classified as a fool, because we understand that a fool and his money will soon part. Let us get into our topic of conversation. But before, let us breathe a word of prayer. Father God, we thank you for this moment in time as we touch and agree on matters that concerns our existence in this realm, in the area of finances, in the area of enlarging our territory, in the area of development, in the area of extending our reach. As we multiply that which you have given to us, give us the wisdom to understand the information and the ability to execute it in a manner which is pleasing and brings glory to you, is our prayer. Amen. Majority of us are in a state of flux. When we say that we're in a state of flux, we are talking about in a zone in which we are somewhat comfortable. When you are comfortable, people tend to become complacent. And being complacent means that you're doing things that you're doing. You're refusing to even change if the change presents to you something that is positive. So you are in this state of flux. And this accounts for almost everyone. Everyone becomes comfortable. Even in a discomfort, you become comfortable. But God don't want you to be comfortable in your dysfunction. Because if you get comfortable in your dysfunction, then there is no desire for you to want better. There's no desire for you to improve. There's no desire for you to actualize the full potential that God has embedded within you. Many of us in this state, we fall in the trap of engaging or entertaining learned helplessness, believing that you cannot do anything about your current situation. But the truth is that you can do something about that situation. It only takes the thought of observing that something is wrong, something is not right, something is not adding up. And if you realize that something is wrong, something is off, something is not adding up, then you are now in a position where you can restructure your mental framework, shift your paradigm to doing something that will propel you to get a desire that you are in need of. But many times when we're in this situation, we choose the path of least resistance. We're always trying to look for the easy path. But sometimes the easy path is not the best path for us. And the path that others may have traveled on may not be the path that we as an individual need to travel on. We need to come to the realization that each individual has their own purpose. Each individual has their own gifting. Each individual has their own skill set. Each individual have a different set of tool set that they will be using to maximize their potential, to maximize the gift that God has given to them to give to the world, so that we can enjoy our existence in this realm. In order for us to be efficient in maximizing that which we have been given, we have to engage in adequate allocation. And that brings us to a very important rule as it concerns money and money efficiency. It is the 80-20 rule. And this rule will surprise many individuals. This rule will give you guidance and help you to understand why it is that maybe you are having challenges. Maybe you need to just readjust your priorities. So the 80-20 rule is basically the fundamental principles of allocating time appropriately. It's the fundamental rule in which we get an opportunity to manage the resources that God has given to us. How we manage resources based on order of priority, it determines the end outcome. Sometimes it's not that we're not doing the things that need to be done. It is just that we are not doing them in the right order of how they should be done. Hence, we are not receiving the results that are expected, the results that are intended. But when we can come to the realization that if we allocate majority of our effort to that which is giving us majority of the results, then we'll be in a better position. Then we are one step closer to achieving success. So this 80-20 rule of money efficiency, sometimes it's referred to as the Pareto principle, which was established by an Italian economist, Vilfredo Pareto, who realized from observation that 80% of the wealth is controlled by 20% of the people in his area where he was in Italy. This basically indicated that most people are basically generally normalized consumer, so who are enriching those who are actually producing. So if you are a consumer, you are 80%. When you are a producer, then you fall in the category of that 20%. So you have to decide whether you want to be the consumer or you want to be the producer. But if you want to be the vital few, you have to be in the top 20%. If you want to be in the trivial many, then you can be in the bottom 80%. So this observation of 80% of the wealth in the Italian community being controlled by 20% of the population is not an isolated situation. We see this coming down the line in different industries because as it relates to healthcare, we see that 80% of the cost of healthcare comes from about 20% of the people. 80% of the revenue from most businesses come from about 20% of the products. 80% of problems usually just come from 20% of the parts. 80% of the costs baseline comes from approximately 20% of the supplier. This can be applied into almost any situation. This is a fundamental and important idea to understand productivity, to understand how the world has been structured. But in understanding this concept, this theory, which has proven in real-world application, we need to now position it in such a way that it can apply to our finances. How can this allow us to better manage our financial resources, to put us in a position where we can enjoy the gift that God has given unto us? And that is what we want to do. So most of the persons lose out on the big picture because they major in the minor and they minor in the major. And when they tend to do that, what happens is that their efforts are not compounding in a way that is meaningful and significant to evoke the results that they actually need. And when this happens, we find ourselves in a predicament. And when we're in this kind of a predicament, we feel frustrated, we feel burdened down, we feel as though we are a fish trying to survive on land, or a fish out of water. So it causes you to feel as though your efforts are useless. But if those efforts were organized in such a way that you focus on the major and leave the minor, then the effects of those efforts can be magnified. And that is what I want you to consider to do. When we can position ourselves in this manner, we are better set for success. But in order for us to be positioned on this journey, we have to take actionable steps. We have to put things in place so that we can reap the rewards. And in doing that, I want us to have written goals. And you may be saying to yourself, how does this come into play? Why would I need to have goals? Well, in order to know if you are moving from point A to point B and you're reaching where you need to go, then you need to have measures in place so that you can justify your movements and your progress. And that is why goals are important. So I want you to write down 10 goals, and then all you need to do is to accomplish one of these 10 goals that you have written down in the next 24 hours. Whichever goal that you so choose. In choosing, I want you to do something else. I want you to consider which of these 10 goals will have the greatest impact on your life. Yes. Think about it and write it down. And just try to accomplish that goal. You need to know this, especially if you desire to be successful. How can you measure success if you never had a goal, if you never had an intention prior? How can you know if you are reaching where you need to be? Is it that you are just a wandering generality? You don't need to be a wandering generality. You need to have your goals so that you can reach them and then exceed them. Then what I want you to do is to pick the second most important item on that list. After you have picked the first and most meaningful item to you that will change the trajectory of your life, I want you to pick the second most important item on that list. In doing this, you would have now realized the most important 20% of your goal. Because if you have 10 and you selected 2, that is the most important 20%. This is important. Next, you should choose to work on these goals as much as you can, because it will lead you to success that actually is possible. And remember that the goals that you have may not be the goals that someone else has. What you have written down may not be what someone else has written down, because each of us, as we are different human beings, we have different personalities, we have different desires. And because our desires are different and we have different gifting and different calling, then our goals will also be different. I don't want you to just go around being a busy bee. I want you to be intentional about your action. So as you move into the next phase, I want you to choose to work on these goals as much as you can, because this is what is going to lead to your success. People who are busy all day long doing work, working, but not accomplishing things, they are busy, yes, but they are busy on low value tasks which are not really contributing significantly to the big picture. And when you are so busy, so consumed about the low value tasks that are not adding up to the bigger picture, you fall behind, because those tasks could have been delegated to others, while you focus on that which is important in propelling towards the bigger picture. Hence, these individuals often find themselves being burned out and unaccomplished. And when you're unaccomplished, you also feel dissatisfied. So, what you should be doing is stop working on tasks which are low value or of no value to the big picture, as you position yourself to reach the destination which you are having outlined in your goal plan, your actionable plan. You have that already outlined. So once you have that written down, you know exactly what it is that you want to do. You have the plans, you know the steps that you need to take to reach those plans. You have them on paper. Now we're going to move towards them. So now, moving away from procrastination. Because sometimes we have our goals, sometimes we have good intentions, sometimes we desire to do the things that God has given us the desire to do. But we procrastinate. 1 year pass, 2 year pass, we haven't written that book. 3 year pass, we're still thinking about writing that book. 4 years pass, we haven't started that business. 5 years pass, we haven't reached where we need to be. 6 years pass, people who we should be helping or who are requiring our blessing to move to the next level are still waiting. 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, and then at the end of the life, there's a life of misery. I don't want that for you. I want your life to be one that is filled with jubilation, filled with meaningful memories. And in order to do that, we have to prepare ourselves for the future that we so desire. We have many value added propositions, but it's important that you follow the guidelines. You follow the goals which you have written down. You have to be accountable to someone. You have to be accountable to yourself. If you say that you're going to do something, then do it. If you say you're going to exercise, then get up and start exercising. If you say you're going to read your Bible more often, I think it is imperative that you should be able to rely on yourself. Other persons are counting on you, but if you cannot count on yourself, why should they count on you? If you operate from this mental framework in understanding that 80-20 rule and prioritizing that 20% to get 80%, then your company will realize the difference. Your organization that you work for will realize the difference. Yourself will realize the difference. You'll feel more accomplished. And guess what? Even your finances will realize the difference, because your bank account will say something different from what it was saying prior, because you're putting in that work and you're getting actual results. The hardest tasks are normally the ones which have the most value proposition. But guess what? Many persons tend to leave the hard task for last when they are burned out, when they're tired, when they can't invest as much. It is easier to save than invest. However, guess what? Saving will never take you to places that investing can take you. Saving will never make you rich or wealthy. Investing will do that. Saving will never, ever be able to do the things that investing can do. Yes, savings may be what the average person has been taught to do. But if everybody is doing it, then that there becomes basic. And that there means that something is wrong with it. Because just being average is not adequate, especially for a person of God. In order to be the head, you cannot be average. I know that you must, in some instances, feel as though life may have given you a lemon, but what to do? Whatever position that you find yourself in, you have to make the best of that position. So you may have taken some bad turns, you may have misappropriated your financial resources, you may have put your family in a bad position, an unfavorable position, but it's not too late to make a change. So when beginning on your financial and money making journey, think about the long-term implications instead of the short-term gratification. When you can do this, you will operate with principles of dignity, principles of fiduciary duties, especially when it comes on to the finances, principles of integrity. You will be trustworthy because you're in it for the long haul and not just for the get in and get out mentality. There's a time and a place for everything. But at the end of the day, as people of God, we have to be the ones to set the foundation, doing not only things that are right, but doing it in a righteous manner. In doing this, you will be well positioned to enjoy your end of life experience. But guess what? We don't believe in the end of life as the world presented to us to be retired. Retirement is nowhere in the Word of God. Retirement cannot be found to be justifiable. Retirement is a word that was created to appease a people so that they can work throughout the whole of their life and forget to live, with the intent that they will enjoy what they have worked for at the end of their life when they have no energy to enjoy and embrace it. Life is here today. Today you're here, tomorrow you're not. So it is in your best interest to position yourself in such a manner that you can enjoy life in this moment as you move forward. I want us to resist the temptation to be clearing up the small things first. You have to watch the numbers, you have to watch the analytics. This is the only way that you will be able to survive. What generates the most reward should be in alignment with your priority focus. Just be sure that you never deviate. Remember, the little things will multiply. So you have one little problem, the next little problem come, and the problems just keep compounding. And this here is a distraction. So you don't want to be busy with distraction. Because being busy with distraction, you may have distraction for 40 years, 50 years, and you never accomplish what God has placed inside of you because you don't have the time to sit down, to plan, to organize, to strategize, to move forward. You're so tired, you're so consumed with the distractions. But until you are uncomfortable, you will not want change. You will not want to be shaken. You will not want to take that leap of faith to become the individual that God desires you to become. And that is why we cannot become comfortable in a dysfunctional situation. So when you realize the truth that God has been calling you to something greater, position yourself to figure that vision out so that you can enjoy that which God created you to present to the world. If you start your journey with low value tasks, you'll make this an habit as you become comparable. The horse that is walking around in a circle on the grinding mill, making movements without positional progress. Did you know that 80% of the rich people have actually one goal that they work on every single day? You should not be surprised that poor people, only about 20% of them actually have one goal. However, guess what? They don't work on it very often, hence the reason for their state of depravity, the state of poverty. You have to have your mind recalibrated, repositioned, so that you can enjoy the blessings that God has given unto you. Poverty is created because of a lack of knowledge. Yes, the Word of God says the poor will always be among us. The poor being those who are in darkness. The poor being those who don't know. But once you have been given light, you now are in a position in which you know. And in knowing, that means that you cannot embrace poverty any longer. The mindset needs to be changed to reach where you are capable of reaching. If you make it to this point, if you made it this far, I just want to tell you to do what wealthy people do. Pick a big goal and work on it every single day. You will see how fast your life changes. If you don't desire to be financially free, to be financially independent, to enjoy financial abundance, to do better, then maybe, just maybe, you're in the wrong place. I don't want you to just listen. I want you to do. Because it is in doing that the trajectory of your life will change. Don't just do it for yourself, but do it thinking about those who are to come. So now go and make some money with the knowledge of the 80-20 rule. And remember, focus on the big picture. So how are we going to make that money? We need to have the money plan. Do you want that money plan? Think about it. I sure hope that you are serious about being successful on this financial journey. Success is defined as accomplishing a goal or the accomplishment of your goal. How can you determine that you have been successful? First, you would have to have a goal and then you'd have to accomplish a goal. Then you have measures of markers that you can use to determine if you were successful. This would mean that you are specific in your mental direction. Hence, you were able to accomplish something that you had set your mind to. Many persons have accomplished many goals, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe the circumstances forced them to accomplish those goals, or maybe the environment facilitated the accomplishment of those goals, whether they were imposed on them by their parents in terms of going to school, whether they're imposed by their family members, their significant others, whosoever was meaningful in the imposition of those goals upon them. But those goals were accomplished nevertheless. But the goals that I want you to really be serious about are the ones that are embedded within you. Your life only begins to become a great life when you clearly identify what it is that you actually want. And you make a plan to achieve that which you desire. And not only just making a plan, but you actually work at that plan. You have to position yourself. You have heard that if you fail to plan, then you actually plan to fail. The reality is that this statement is true. You don't have to plan for your whole life. You don't have to plan for your whole future. But you can actually start putting plans in place so that you can extend them over time. I want you to be sure that there is someone who is making a plan for your life if you decide that you are not going to make a plan for your life. You may not understand what is happening, but just as though someone is expecting you to be born, someone is expecting you to come and work on their behalf in their company, adding your 1% to enrich them. So if you don't have a plan for your life, someone else has a plan already for you with that job, which is pre-planned, pre-positioned for you to take, so that you can be distracted from the gifting that is within you. So, you have to know how you want to navigate your life. Do you want to work in alignment with someone's plan, or do you want to execute on the plan that God has given to you, especially if it is not in alignment with the plan that you are currently engaged in? It is serious, but I just want to say that it is time that you take control of your life, especially your money life. And we are going to start that process by setting goals. Stick around as we get into the goal setting process, which is pretty simple. Now, the moment that you have been patiently anticipating, step one, we're going to set some goals. I want you to decide what you want in 4 key areas of your life. I want you to do this for me. Use idealization. I want you to create the ideal situation. Even if it may seem impossible, I want you to create it in your mind. Then I want you to write it down. Because it may seem that way right now because you are not there. But it doesn't mean that it is impossible. Life has a way of magnifying our plans, making them more gigantia than expected. So the areas that I want you to focus on is income. Number one, yes, income. How much money do you want to earn this year, next year, the next 5 years from today? I want you to even write down today's date. How much money do you want to earn this year, next year, the next 5 years? Write it down. The next area of focus I want you to think about is your family. What kind of lifestyle do you want to create for yourself and your family? Do you want to have to go to work every single day? Having your wife working if you're a man? Can't be able to take vacation, your wife is pregnant and she has to go to work until the baby is delivered? Having your kids going to a public school when you know that the education that is being offered is not adequate or fitting based on where you want them to be? Do you want to be able to fly to a different country at your convenience? What kind of life do you want? What kind of facility you want your family to grow up in? Do you want them to grow in a small dwelling? Do you want them to have a large estate? I want you to think about it in an idealistic situation. Number three, health. How would your health be different if it was perfect in every single way? Will you no longer have that cough? Will you no longer have that weight? Will your heart be healthy? Will you no longer have erectile dysfunction? Will you have your libido back? Will your wife be able to enjoy your company once again as when you were younger? How would your health be different if it were perfect? I want you to think about all of these things because these are important things for you to know. So you can set your goal, you can put your position down so that you know exactly what it is that you are working towards. The next thing that I want you to look at is number 4, network. How much do you want to have and accumulate in the course of your working life? Yes, just take about 30 seconds and think about it. Write down 3 most important goals to you right now. Whatever comes to mind, the 3 most important goals to you, just write them down right now. And while you write down, we'll move to step 2. Step 2 is very important for us to do. We don't want to just have the goals in our minds, we want to write them down. So step 2 is simple, writing it down. No one can know what is in your head, and no one will be able to hold you accountable when you don't write it down. Most people don't like writing things down because when they write it down, they know that they were delinquent and they don't want the memories of the failure to be present because they don't desire to be accountable. Your memories at time will lapse and in some instances fail. Don't tell me you will remember. I want you to just write down those goals. Now, this is how you're going to approach the goal setting process. In writing down, it has to be clear, it has to be specific, it has to be detailed, it has to be measurable. All right. So many persons use the SMART principle in order to write down their goals, and this does work. Did you know that 3% of adults have written goals? Approximately. And guess what? Almost everyone else works for them. So everybody's goals is going to be different. And yes, your goals may be in alignment with other person's goal, and that is where community comes into play. And some goals may be out of alignment. That is where individuality comes into play. Not because your goals are not in direct alignment with someone else's goal, it doesn't mean that what they're doing is wrong and what you're doing is right. It just means that you are on different paths in that season. Now, let's move to step 3. Once you have those goals written down, I want you to indicate a deadline. Yes, set a deadline. This will psychologically activate the cooperation of your subconscious to get into gear and start the process of putting measures in place so that you can achieve them within the time specified before or on schedule. Peradventure you're an overachiever, guess what? You can always have stretch goals. So if you achieve your goal, then you can move it further, give yourself more to accomplish. So you stretch those goals out. Then we move into step 4. We have to identify obstacles. So in step 4, what you want to do is you will get resistance. Yes, we understand that. And you need to plan ahead to identify what obstacles you will have to overcome in order to achieve your goals. Simply, you will need to identify why is it that you are not in this moment at your goal. What is preventing you from achieving your goal right now? Could it be that you're not utilizing the 80-20 rule? Could it be some constraints? Better yet, use this rule to identify the constraints. Use the 80-20 rules to identify the constraint. What is 80% of the reason why you are not at the goal that you need to be in this very moment? 80% of the reasons are usually holding you back from achieving your goal. That there 80% is usually on the inside. The 20% of reason is usually on the outside. And there's little that you can actually do about that 20%. So just work on the 80%, which is on the inside. And focus your attention on self-development as you move into actualizing. Now, step 5. So we're going to identify needs for achievement. So we're going to identify the knowledge that we need. We're going to get the information, the skills that we need to achieve these goals, especially identify the skills that are important for us to be in the top 10% of our field. Yes, whatever field that you're in, you have to try to be in the top 10%. So you have to position yourself in such a manner that you are top tier. And yes, it is possible for you to be in the top 10%. But the question is, do you truly want to be in the top 10%? For me, it is my desire to be in the 0.01% in my field. And yes, I have already achieved that 1% mark in my field. Now, Let's move into step 6. Identify people. If you have never been where you desire to go, what I want to do is to find people who have been there, who are there on this journey, and try to liaison with them so they can give you some guidance, some help, some support. So I want you to make a list of every person in your life that you know has been where you have desire of being, so that you can get some guidance. And if you're charting a new territory or creating a new lane, then there will be no guidance. You will have to create that. You will have to walk those first steps independently. Step 7, you'll have to identify things that you need to achieve the goal. So you're going to combine the obstacles that you would have to overcome, the knowledge and the skills that you have to develop, and the people whose cooperation you will require. So you're going to list every single step that you can. Think of that, and then you're going to have to build a strong foundation of knowing what it is that you need, putting things into perspective, and then we're going to convert that list in step 8 into an action plan. So we're going to put things in sequence. What do you have to do before you do something else? And what order makes the best sense? So prioritization, what is most important to what is least important. So this planning is about 20%, the goal achievement process, right? 80% comes from that 20%, which is the planning, because you already have a plan and a system in place. Number 9, organize the list into steps. So you're going to plan each day, each week, each month. You're going to do all these things in advance. You're going to plan each month at the beginning of the month. You're going to plan each week before the week begins. You're going to plan each day the evening of the day that is coming to its close. So you're going to have a goal and a plan which will increase your likelihood of achieving your goal by 10 times, which is 1,000%. And the most important step is step 10, which is the execution. So you're going to select number 1, your most important goal, your most important factor, your most important player, your most valuable positioning in your listing. What is the most impactful? What is the most significant of your list of goals? You're going to select that one, the most important task, and you're going to apply the 80-20 principle to all your goals so that you can increase your wealth. You can actually maximize based on what you have put in place, what you have written down. So during the process, you will develop self-discipline. You'll understand restraint as you stay focused by the definition that you have created. Understanding the majority purpose should be in alignment with your vision. Before we go, just one more thing to remember. Visualize your goal as though it has already been achieved. This will be the best way to bring your mental and your spiritual reality into the physical realm. God desires for you to be successful. God desires for you to enjoy that which He has made available. But in order for you to enjoy it, you have to be adequately positioned. And in being positioned for the enjoyment, you have to ensure that you utilize all the resources that have been given to you. I hope that this information was meaningful. It may have been, for some, insightful as to how the goal setting process occurs. And I want you to be able to set goals responsibly. I wanted you to do this activity because if you understand where you are, you realize where you need to be, you put things in place, then a year from now, you can go back and say that I was here, but now I am here. And I am yet to reach X based on what you have placed down. So if you can focus on these 4 areas, at least these 4 areas, then you will be in a good position. Number 1, your income. How much do you want to earn this year, next year, the next 5 years from today? How much do you want to earn? You can factor in inflation, you can factor in all these variables. Put a number. Put a number. If the number looks big, it's not big enough. There's no number that is too big for you. Your family. We have this life to live. We have this life to enjoy. Our family is one of the most important things to us. What kind of lifestyle do you want to create for your family, for your friends, for those who you love, for those who are dependent on you? I want you to think about, especially if you're a man. When you're a man, there is so much burden, so much responsibility that is placed on your shoulder. Everyone is depending on you. You have to stay alive so that other persons can live. But having all the money, having all the wealth, having all the riches, having all the resources without the health, that doesn't make sense. If your health were perfect, if it's not perfect, what can you do today to get it to that state of perfection? These are some of the things I want you to think about. Your network. How much do you want to save and accumulate in the course of your working life? What business venture do you want to start? How many companies do you plan to sell? Do you plan to engage in the venture capital market? Think about these things. I pray and I wish you a success as you set goals that are reasonable. And you not only set the goals, but you actually execute on accomplishing those goals. Document this date and see you in the next sitting. Until then, be blessed. If you're seeing this, congratulations. You have made it to the end of another year. And it is indeed a blessing and a privilege for each of us to be afforded another opportunity at life. Another opportunity where we can come and reposition ourselves in a state in which is pleasing to the Maker and to the King. The passage of meditation that I want us to focus on as we make the transition into the new season that is upon the horizon is Matthew 6 and verse 33. And it says to us, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." I know that a lot of times on our quest for uh, expanding our territory, we desire to have means, but the means come to naught if they are not gathered or garnered under a righteous covenant. I know that many persons looking from the outside on the inside may see a lot of persons who are in celebrity status, who are flaunting what appears to be wealth, who are flaunting what appears to be riches. But the question I want you to ask yourself is, are you willing to do what they did to get to where they are? Majority of you who are righteous people would say no, because I know that many of you will not turn your exit into entries just so that you can have financial means. Many of you will not engage in prostitution so that you can have financial resource. Many of you will not engage in politics where you can trick and deceive people so that you can garner positioning and garner different avenues of multiplying your resources. Many of you will not do that. So if you are not willing to do those things, then do not desire after what they have. Many of you may say, well, I see some pastors, I see some religious ministers who are living rather extravagantly. But are you willing to fleece the flock, to pimp the flock, to be a pulpit pimp? Would you want to be in that category? I know that majority of you would not want to be in that category. And as such, not everything that appears to be is actually what it is. With that in mind, I want you to now say to yourself, what are some of the things that you can do as a regular individual that can enable you and your family to have a better hope for tomorrow? Some of the simple things that we can do is to assess where we are today. In assessing where you are today, you are going to take inventory. Every year, what I do is I start back my net worth at zero. And you may be saying, why would you want to start your network at zero? Because it's a new year, it's a new season. What God has blessed me with in the year that has passed is for that year, for that season, for people to enjoy in that season. Now, as we make the transition, let us start from zero. And I'm going to show you how you can build your network from zero all the way to whatever number that you desire. But what I want you to do is not to desire what other people desire. You have to have a goal, you have to have a mission, you have to know what it is that you want. What is the number that would cause you to say, yes, I am okay, I am satisfied? Because if you don't have a number, I can assure you that you will never be satisfied. Human beings are one of the hardest creatures to satisfy. The more we have, the more we actually desire. And I don't want you to fall in the trap of being greedy. Because greed is what destroys many people's wealth. Greed is what causes people who are well thinking to do things which they had no need to do. So, I am presenting to you the idea that you can take your finances from where they are now to a state in which you are pleased to show them to your family member, to sit at that family table and say, hey, this is what I've done, this is how I have been able to maneuver certain situations in order to get to this state of financial stability. But you have to position yourself. So you need to take an inventory, and an inventory includes having a budget. You heard that correctly. Having a budget. Yes, so the number one thing that you need to do when you are positioning yourself is to have a budget. What I want you to do in the year that is to come is to position yourself so that you know how much you are taking in, how much you are increasing, how much you are amassing over time. And when you know what your inflows are, we call that the income, we have to now determine how much of this income do we want to be in the outflow. So the outflow would be like the expenses, your light bill, your utility bill, your electricity bill, whatever you want to call it, your water bill, and your heating if you need heating, whatever transportation bill you may have, your vehicle bill, all these bills, your mortgage, which we do not advise and we do not encourage. But if you have one, then we have to regulate the situation so that we can eliminate it over time. So the idea is for us to have a an account, an inventory of where we are so that we can position ourselves to where we need to be. The state that I want you to be in is one in which you are relaxed, you are comfortable. And in order to be relaxed and be comfortable, so that you can make decisions not based on force, not based on urgency, not based on us being placed in a box, is when you are comfortable in your positioning. And the only way you're going to be comfortable is when you don't have unnecessary bills to be thinking about. I don't know of an individual who really enjoy having to think about paying bills every single month. Majority of persons don't have a desire to be paying bills every single month, but yet many persons fall in the trap of well, burdening their future self with bills that they did not need to have. I want you to now position your mind to work on your health. Your health is very critical. Your health is very important because without your health, you cannot enjoy the resources that you have. And I want you to be in a position where, after we have amassed all of this, we are in a position where we can enjoy it. And with that said, it would bring you to the idea that my concept of retirement is quite different from what the financial institutions indicate to you. Why would you wait until you are 65 or 95 to enjoy your life when you are not in the best of health? You don't have enough strength. You cannot do much with what you have. Think about it logically. Does that make sense to you? Don't you see that all your financial advisors are living life in this moment, in this season? Their families live in extravagantly. Why should you be saving that resource and enjoying your money when you have no strength to enjoy it? So we are positioning you so that you can not only enjoy it in the latter days, but enjoy it in the present season. But in order for us to do that, we have to engage in proper allocation and management. And that is something that I want you to consider. So, your health is very important for us to enjoy. Another thing that I want you to do is this It may seem strange to you, it may seem as though this is countercultural, but get rid of the credit card. Your credit card is holding you back. Yes, you may not want to hear this, but even the 0% interest, these credit cards are tying up all the funds that you could be using to invest in your future, to invest in becoming a better person. It is burdening you down today with the hopes of you being a slave to time. So in the future, you'll be paying for that which you have done in the past. That is no way to live. If you cannot afford it cash in this season, you cannot afford it at all. I want you to think about it like that. If you cannot pay for it now, you cannot afford it at all. So get rid of your credit cards. One by one, I want you to get rid of them. If you can put yourself in this position, then you are in a good position, because when you become debt free, in terms of not having any unnecessary financial obligation, no credit card bill, no car note, no mortgage. When you have that level of freedom, you will realize how simple life actually is. You shouldn't be laboring in a job that you have no passion for. The only reason you're in that job is because you have to make those payments. And if that is what you want to do, then this is not the place for you. Because we are going to work with you to get you out of the credit card debt. I know that debit cards are not as secure as the credit card because your money is covered with the credit card, but we're going to find a workaround because I want you to be free. I don't want you to be a slave, because the borrower is a slave to the lender, and I want you to be free. As we move into the new season, I want you to do one more thing. I want you to take the time to open for yourself an investment account. It's a brokerage account, whatever it is called in your country. Open an investment account. I'll leave some links in the description so that you can have a few that you can consider when opening an account. And I'm going to open one in real time with you and fund that account with $100 and show you how we can multiply the money that we have. And maybe I will show you another account that I have $1,000, and I may show you my $10,000 account. Those are my public accounts. And then I may even show you my other accounts, but maybe I have no need to show you those accounts because we are going to be building up from 100. We are going to be multiplying that 100 into 1,000. Then we're going to take that 1,000, turn that 1,000 into 10,000. Then we're going to take that 10,000 and turn that 10,000 into 100,000. When we reach 100,000, you're going to realize how much easier it is to make money. So when you have that 100,000, we're going to be multiplying that into $1 million. And just like that, we're going to take 100 and turn it into $1 million. And we're not going to just be doing it with one account. We're going to be doing it with multiple accounts simultaneously. So if you want to be on that journey with us as we make the transition and as I show you some of the ways that you can diversify your portfolio, then I want you to join us and see you in the next sit-in. So click the links below, set up your account, and I'll show you exactly how to go about ensuring that you have capital and resources in that account. Until we meet again, be blessed, and remember, in all you're getting, get wisdom. Be blessed. If you're a man, I have some serious news for you. There are 3 types of problems that you should not have. Number 1 is woman problem. Number 2 is money problem. And number three, I will get to that in a little while, but first let us tackle the first two. If you're a woman, there are three types of problems that you should not have. Number one is man problem. Number two is money problem. And number three, we're going to have to tackle that in a little while. But before we get to that, let us address the money problem. The minute you start earning money, or you even have the thought of earning money, you need to think about two things: your income and your expenses. And then as you advance, I want you to think about your assets and your liability. So your income is your inflow, what you will be getting from the work that you are performing. Your expenses are the cost of doing the business, what it takes to maintain and sustain you. Your assets are things that actually adds value to you, or to the business, or to the direction of your operation. Your liability are things that take away from you. It is like taking a step forward and your liabilities are putting you back. And some relationships are actually liabilities. And that is why if you want to destroy a relationship, just owe someone some money. Once we have gotten The minute you start to amass wealth, you start to amass earnings, you need to start to position yourself to calculate your net worth. I know that many persons think that their net worth is a dollar value, but sometimes your net worth can go beyond the boundaries of a dollar value. And your net worth should not be misconstrued to be your actual self worth. Not because you may have $0 on paper, it doesn't mean that you are less than any individual who may have more than you. So always remember that. If you are serious about money, you're serious about rearranging your life, you're serious about moving in a direction that will aid you in becoming